Hello, welcome to stream. I'm sure later. But everyone should start anyway, so like. Hello. Welcome in. Pardon me. I'll be fair very shortly. Not a big one. Hello, great. Alright, done. I finished tenders. Hello. Welcome in. Hey babe. And the Aldi. The Aldi chili ones. And some barbecue sauce. So that was good. That was good. Hello. Welcome in. How are you? Ah, my phone's fallen. Uh-oh. Shit. This is not great. My apologies. Hello. So, today, the title of the stream is very accurate, but it's also shitpost, don't worry. I will just be playing... I am so sorry. I'm a bit of a mess. Ugh, jeez. Alright, sorry. I have tea too. Let's start that again. Today, we will be going through penetration and exploitation testing and Kali Linux, which is a distro that is solely centered around this toolset. Now, a small disclaimer, as I have not done security as my profession. This is a hobby. This is purely a hobby, and I mentioned it before on stream. I'm learning as I go and sharing progress with you guys about funny and silly little things I've found as I do like my little research and stuff off stream. Yeah, because it's something that's always like fascinated me, but I haven't actually sat down and done, you know, security stuff before. Yeah, like to say, Kali is a normal Linux distro. Like, there's nothing special about it per se, other than the fact that there's like network security features as well as a bunch of pre-installed applications. Pardon me, I also have tea. Available before you go through and do penetration testing. Easy. Now, what does that mean? Well, the phrase penetration testing stems from break into a system. And so, grab a calendar. Come. Where are we? Wait. Hey, there it is. There it is. All right. So essentially, yeah, it's like it is hacking essentially, but primarily and legally meant to be used for ethical forms. Primarily ethical. Remember, I hold no responsibility on if you want to do illegal things. Penetrate my system. No. I don't think I will. But yeah, so again, disclaimer. Marco is learning security stuff as a hobby. She is still a beginner, so correct her if anything is out of place. I can't. Mods, could you please pin that as Twitch? This is the app shop. This is hello. There'll be a bunch of yap stuff. So like we'll be going over much. Thank you, Puck. Thank you. Yes, consent is a very, very important thing when it comes to penetration testing. Also, those chicken tenders, I don't know what it is, but whenever I eat food, I always have like lots of phlegm, and it feels very gross. Cause like I try to speak, and just like. Great. There we go. Done. Just tell the client the security is there weekly. Look, you could. You can always just tell people that the security's fine and you found no flaws in the system. But that won't work very well if they ask you to say what you did. Anyways, the key point of discussion today about funny things I've observed will be passwords, a little bit of entropy, and one such tool for cracking stuff, John, the Ripper, as well as a slight tangent on GPUs, as well as Hashcat. Yeah, that's the primary goal of today's one, to like yap about, and we'll choose like a very chill game to play afterwards. Definitely is. So yeah. Alright, first up, before we go into that, we'll do the standard. Let's look at Marco's silly retweets. Can you marry me, please? No. But I do wonder about like marriage stuff. Like one of the thoughts I have recently is, man, it must be very annoying having a wedding ring. Like there's a sentimental value attached to it. But like just imagine you're like kneading meat. Like imagine you're like making burgers. And you have like a wedding ring. Imagine you're nice, solid, like the diamond up here. I can't draw a diamond, but there it is. It's forever. Now imagine this is covered in like mincemeat. Because I know people like, they never take it off and just like, okay, what about when I'm doing the dishes? What about if you're doing like mincemeat? Because there's tons of places where it's just like, oh, you have it on. I was like, oh shit, I don't want to like bump into stuff. Like imagine if you're putting your hand someplace and it knocks the stone off. Like what if it's just like comes clean off? I won't let you do dishes. That doesn't seem like a very good marriage. Controlling is not a good quality. I know some colors wear as a necklace. See, that does sound like a good idea. Like if you could instead take this and put on like a necklace. Creepy. The ring is usually a single gold band, separate from the engagement. Oh yeah, true. Right. Wait, so again, I'm not married. What happens to the engagement ring? Like, do you just like keep a huge, expensive stone? Just there? You never wear it? It just gets stored away? That's kind of sad though. You have to eat it, or you have to absorb its power to get that marriage nutrients. I know it's single as hell. Okay, but there's some people who are married. Like, we did a poll ages ago, I could swear, and there was a significant portion of people that were married. engagement rings are a scam. I think so. Like, there's always a thing with like engagement rings, is that diamonds are artificially scarce. I think it's is it De Beers? I guess it's like De Beers, and they control most of the supply of diamonds. Scarce. Scarce? Scarce. Wait, how the fuck do Americans say scarce? Wait, how do you say? Scarce pronunciation. It's possible this is like an Australia thing. Hold up.
Scarce.
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 I say scarce.
Scarce.
That's very different. Wait, is it? Is that a strict? Because that's what my dad used to say. I'm from Australia. I've never heard scarce before. Really? How pronounce? Wait, do people not say scarce? Am I stupid? Some of my coworkers had tungsten carbide, but that sounds very cool though. Because like tungsten carbide, that is harder than diamond, right? Or is diamond still hot? I can't remember. I've heard both. Okay. It must be like a region thing. Wait, scarce pronunciation as scarce. Let's try that.
Scarce.
Again, all these pronunciation videos give me the same sense as like the Toby Fox project.
経験したことですから。僕の心もインディーゲームをプレイして輝いたことがあります。洞窟物語とか、夢日記とか、そしてもちろん、ズンさんの東宝プロジェクトとか。
So whenever I hear stuff, just
Scarce.
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 Okay, but like, am I fucking crazy then? Am I just insane? Okay, I wanna let's do a poll. Have you heard anyone say it like this? Have you heard anyone else say scarce like Marco? Yes? No? Hey there. Is that a Queenslander that says that? I mean, maybe. Thank you, Australia. No. But I just read a lot and not heard people say it a lot. I mean, people didn't say scarce. It's scarce. You say scarce. I sound like a fucking idiot. They're saying scarce. I think it's scarce. Okay, there are 4 people that have said yes. Scarce. Scarce. Never heard pronounced scarce? Like really? How you pronounce scarcity? Scarcity. I do sound like a fucking idiot. Okay, there are 88% of people said no, but 12% did say yes. 12% did say yes. The only person I know that says like he doesn't have English as their first language, well, that's Australians.
100 of those people are scarce.
Okay. I've never heard anyone say scarce. Scarce. Fuck. % are lying. Well, at least they care about my feelings. Also, by the way, if you didn't realize, the model has gone like a slight rigging update. Ham says he smoothed down a bunch of things and also fixed up the jacket because before it was missing the little red band on the right arm. Nice. Nice one, dude, from Podcast Run to Scars. It's funny because our podcast takes place in Scar City. Ah. Okay, there are other people that are as weird as I am. That's good to know. That's comforting. Sweet. Anyways, I've got a bunch of stuff I can show you that's very, very silly and funny. Yeah, if you missed it, I've been clipped. It's over. I need to go find Terry Davis and start talking about glowies. I will say that you shouldn't run over federal agents with a car. I'd like to clarify that if that is ever brought up in court. You should not run over federal agents with a car. I don't believe that. That's my defense. Thank you. And this as well. Did you guys know that there is now official policy on Apple app stores that means that they will not remove emulators unless they're like literally breaking the rules in some way. Emulators can now be, I believe, also on the side app store too. You're now able to have a DS emulator on an iPhone. Get rid of gambling apps, it's time for Luigi. I believe this is due to the European Union. I think the European Union has to take the win here because, well, it's their policies that have forced Apple to get like an app store. So European Union, Apple, App Store. Yeah, so it's because of this that they're allowing for alternative app marketplaces. It's not a generosity thing. Now you are able to get alternative app marketplaces, especially in the European Union. And now you can also say a different default web browser. Because of Europe, you're now allowed to choose a different web browser. Holy fucking shit, that took so long. That took so long. Like, I can't believe it took how many years if we could choose a different thing than Safari? Safari is good, don't get me wrong. But like, being able to choose like Brave or something would make me a lot happier. So thank you, Europe. Cheers. Other stuff is that, yeah, like you can just play a DS emulator now. It's sick. There's also a cute cat. Just look at him. Fantastic. I guess they also did force Apple to go towards USB-C. And here comes one of the funny ones. So before we go on to the Kali Linux one, everyone has now started this huge trend to like these VTuber logos. Now I've had words to say about these, like in the past, is that the VTuber logos all look kind of the same style, and that they're really just there as like a consistent, like, hey, everyone else does this. It's not there to be a good logo, because most of these, like, logos aren't good. It's just like a banner. It's pretty much like just a banner. Like, if you think about it, with every single version of these, like, VTuber logos, it's a couple traits of the character and just this Yuruka font. I believe that's the font, right? Like Yuruka. It's there because every other VTuber does it. Like that's kind of it. I do like the Jim's line one. Jim's VTubing would take off. Thanks for using Mark Official products. Yeah, like that's kind of it. It's a way of just having like your name there because the name is the most discoverable bit. But it's not really like a logo, it's more like a fancy signature. It's a stylized signature without being like written in pen. Whereas a logo would be like some kind of symbol, some kind of thing that represents the brand properly. Oh yeah, the color palettes here are really good too. Hey. Jim's accounting? I would not trust Jim's accounting. I would not trust that. I would be terrified. Like, anyone can on fucking Facebook Marketplace could be Jim's accounting. Yeah, like the Pepsi logo. If you go onto the Pepsi logo. Look at it. It says the text Pepsi, but it's a logo. It's a symbol. It's a symbol. Like these like VTuber logos aren't really logos like a lot of the other kind of ones. Like Apple is the apple, Twitter is the bird. There's all these other ones here. And you look at them like, oh yeah, that's I remember that thing. Whereas you look at a VTuber logo. All of it is just the name. And granted, you want them to remember the name, but you don't remember the logo per se. You're like, oh yeah, that's the name. That's kind of it, because they all use the same like design scheme. Now, in this example, it's a joke post, but that's like what you see for all of them, and that's not a problem. Like, I want to be very clear here. This is not a problem. It's just that it's a trend, and it's less like a traditional logo where everything is recognizable, has a brand identity. The brand identity is instead distributed. For these like VTuber logos, all of them are basically the same. They focus on the name and a couple like little factors. Plus like some little trinkets. As far as like brand identity, they don't give you any feeling, like you don't remember the logo. You look at it and you notice the name first. So you notice the name and it's like, oh, that's that person. For like pretty much all of them is that it's not a logo in the sense, like you see the Pepsi logo, like, right, that means Pepsi. You instead see the name and like, oh, that's that person's logo. Yeah, it's a title card, essentially. And the reason why it's this way is essentially trends. Or another word here that I think fits a lot with a lot of things. And more people should know about it. Cargo culting. So, cargo culting, I talked about this one a lot, but I think it really applies to many, many things outside of just like the business world. Even though this is kind of like a business event. Is that there were cargo cults in the Southwest Pacific. Now, they would have planes that came in and occasionally accidentally stuff would like fall over, or maybe people would be generous and airdrop in things. They saw these as like acts of God. They didn't understand why they were happening. So with cargo culting, if you don't understand the why, what ends up happening is, so know why, that means you follow it blindly. Now, the reason why it's actually a cult in this sense is because when they saw these as like these acts of God, they thought, well, we have to keep them happening. And so they didn't know why they were happening. They just saw, okay, planes, these big things in the sky, drop these things over here at these like big runways. So let's put some runways down. And so they go through and put down runways and put in a bunch of like bright colors. And like, hey, please come and give us stuff. They don't know why it's there. Like a plane isn't gonna just like touch down in a random airfield. A boat isn't gonna stop at a random port. So they completely missed the idea of why they were doing this. They just thought, okay, this thing goes to that place, I will make that place. I will do that thing that gives that result. The same thing applies to a lot of stuff where essentially the reason why the logos look like this in most VTubers are because, well, other people do them that way. It's a trend. We don't know, like, the purpose of a logo is not to like have a signature. That's a signature. The purpose of a logo is not there to be the same as every other thing. It's meant to identify you, and you see that and you immediately think of the person. Whereas all these logos, like, you read the name and you're like, oh, that's their logo. Oh. So yeah, it's kind of like the opposite of what a logo is meant to be. Everyone picked one style and kind of just like followed it for every single VTuber logo. Yeah, there are definitely exceptions to this, but yeah, it's kind of a cargo culting situation because there's many things, especially in like the stream world in general, where people don't know why things are done. They follow success. And because there are people that are successful to do some certain thing, like, well, I guess I gotta do what they do. Because there's no, like, guide. There's no science to this. It's, like, essentially mysticism. You're kind of just, like, guessing based off of what other people did and are hoping it works out. Yeah, this does not follow the Pepsi Globe dynamics. Yeah, it's more of an aesthetic than a logo. Yeah. Hidden on CRTT's real-line components to fix some issues. We try to fix a HDD like this, you'll have a bad time. Yeah, like if you just start slapping hard drives, you're not gonna have a good time. It's gonna be broken just like a little bit. That I think that's what professional's supposed to look like. Yeah. Like the reason why it's done like this is because like you go and search. Let's do it. VTuber logo. The trend has kind of affected this a lot lately. But I'll search for maybe commission. Let's try commission. Yeah, so if you go through here, again, I want to say and be very clear here that I mean no disrespect to any of the artists. This is simply what the design of these kind of things are. Is that you look at all of these like logo designs, and they all are just like text with a couple like trinkets around them. Because that's what people want when they go and like commission these things. They look at the successful person like, okay, that's what their logo is. I guess I better get something like that. Instead of like, okay, how do I make a consistent brand identity with some form of symbol, some form of image? And Doubles is like, yeah, like this does have utility. Because yeah, it's kind of like a business card. It's kind of like more of a business card for VTubers. You put a slap on the merch, there it is. Good enough for merch, who cares? Yeah. Like, you put it on there, and you look at the text, you're really like, what's this? Oh, that's that person's name. Okay. Whereas you never like look at this like, that's that person's logo. Oh. It's always just like plain text with a couple like simple bubbly elements. It doesn't have like an iconic feel to them. Because it's a fancy way of writing a text, like a business card. But yeah. That's kind of it. It fulfills some utility, but it's not a logo in the like the usual sense of what a logo means. Hey. Alright, that's that little rant. Now other stuff. Did you guys know? Oh, some things don't read it all too well if you scroll down quickly. That's also the thing, is that if you scroll quickly, because it's text, your brain can't read it. You don't look at this and like, that's that person's logo. Whereas if you like go scroll through these logos, they're shapes, they're identities, they're all kinds of different things and colors and things that fit very simply. And the shapes are pretty unmistakable. Whereas every logo here is text with some trinkets around it. So again, they're not bad, but they're marks, they're business cards. The intent of the logo matters to this discussion. They want to build a brand, it's too generic for that. They want to fit in with the community, or aesthetic, that makes sense. Yeah. And that's the thing where cargo culting comes in. If you're like coming at it from, okay, this is my logo, this is my brand, then it's not, well, gonna work. But if it's a way of like fitting in, a way of saying like, okay, well, this is like what you need to do to like be a VTuber, be a streamer. It does. And again, I'm guilty of this. Yeah, and Google has this problem as well with their logos. Because remember, Google logos suck. Google has changed their logos so much and makes them really difficult to see sometimes. Like, you can kind of get them, but I think as a whole, they keep making these logos harder and harder to read. And all look kind of like too similar. Also kind of just an asset for the stream. Yeah, but like that's the point, is that it's not good when it comes to brand identity and stuff. It's a way for the name to be there that looks slightly better than just regular plain text. It's not a logo where you will remember it. You know the streamer, and you will then recognize the logo instead of the other way around where you recognize the logo. You're like, yeah, that means that person. That's their identifiable traits. You easily recognize it go past. Instead, it's a banner. It's a way to just like be there. Yeah, there's a bunch of math stuff to explain this, but this isn't actually a circle. It's not actually a circle. There's a bunch of like weird fucking mathy bits that go into this. I think... Yeah, these don't align, by the way. Like if you notice this, it goes to there. The Google G is so cooked mathematically. They have a lot of explanations for it. And I'm just like, okay, but like wouldn't it be... Okay. Because this goes up to here. This goes there. It doesn't align with this one, and this one goes down to like there. And this is also squared off. The more I look at it, the more confused and kind of scared I get. It looks shabby. I'm not sure if shabby, it's just like, it doesn't feel right. I should have hired the Pepsi logo just... Okay, Pepsi is funny because they keep spending a shit ton of money to make the same logo. They spend millions of dollars. Like, our brand new logo and it's the same one. It's like, okay, it's good that they've nailed the logo. But also, I think it's fine. I think they can leave it now. Oh yeah, Apple has a really good design philosophy for a lot of stuff. When it comes to like the rounding of the corners, when you look at an Apple thing, like you can tell it's Apple because of, well, the consistency in it. And then you see the logo, like, yep, it makes sense. There's a lot of decisions that Apple makes when it comes to like their hardware. So Apple have round corners. Yeah, there's a bunch of formulas that go into it. There's a lot of squircles. And so their philosophy is that the squarer it grows, the more like a PC desktop it is, and the more circular it gets, the more like an analog real device it is. So yeah, they have like very precise measures for a lot of things, and very, very certain types of roundness. Like Apple uses roundness in a lot of things, not just randomly willy-nilly. It's like this one's gonna be 4 pixels, that one's 8 pixels, let's go for fucking 9. They choose very, very specific design measures, and regardless of whether you like Apple software or policies, and being a kind of cunty as a company, they conform to a very partially a function of higher resolutions and scaling, because these have to be put into graphics. And working with vectors is very difficult for complex stuff like this. They could do it this way because they're rendered as bitmaps. You can even see the pixels in a lot of these. Now these are cool, like they're really fucking cool, but they don't scale to a high resolution because they're bitmaps. They're just regular pixel like drawings. Whereas a vector drawing is, if you're unaware of what vector versus bitmap is, which are different, can be a little confusing sometimes. So, bitmap and vector is that this one has a resolution. Resolution. Okay, like you can see the pixels. So scaling isn't that great. Whereas this one is stored as like math. It doesn't have any resolution. So you're able to like say this one is a triangle by defining like these points and the lines between them. Whereas this would be like you would actually draw out the triangle, and if you zoom in, you'd be able to see each of the pixels that make up the triangle. Say if you scale this one up, it's going to look very pixelated. Scale this one up, it can go forever. Yeah, because like vectors, you're able to just have a technically infinite resolution logo. Or graphic or anything. You know, you have technically infinite zoom. Whereas this gets pixelated. And so with Winamp, all of the Winamp stuff was bitmaps. So that means that you can't really scale these forever, unfortunately. Basically, it's bitmap. No, not entirely the same. Bitmap is stored as pixel data. Vector is stored as math, and it recreates it over there. So if you literally look at like how a vector file works, how a vector format works, it's not bitmap with anti-aliasing. Like they're literally just you define them as points, lines, and curves. It has infinite resolution because it's not stored as pixels. They are stored as, again, this is a funny thing because this is a JPEG image, but if you go through here, you can see all of these lines. Every single one of these lines is stored as math. Yeah, and so it recreates this by drawing out these lines and points and colors in math at whatever resolution your computer is wanting to draw it at. Yeah, bitmap stores the drawing. A vector stores how to make the drawing. A vector will become a bitmap when it's drawn to the screen. Here. Late because I'm silly. That's no worries, welcome in. SVG is human readable. Yeah, like if you look at our SVG file. This is what a SVG file looks like. As you can see all of the points between them and all the ways you define the data. So this defines like one line between this place to this place at this whereas a little fella like a bitmap file looks like this. It stores the information of each of the bits. Here. It stores their positions, like where they are, what color the pixel is. 23 graphics glorified vectors. Yeah, pretty much, because like you can infinitely scale polygons. So yeah, that's how that stuff is done. Yes, aside from the textures, because the textures will be subject to the same resolution issues, because textures would all be bitmaps. And unless there are textures that are like vector textures for 3D. I wonder, like, would there actually be textures that you use in like 3D? Okay, there are questions about this, but not really in the sense of like a vector file like this. Yeah, more like shaders, because you can define in with math and shaders. Like, actually, wait, here is one. I should be able to do this. Hang on. Shader, and I set this one to source. There we go. This is a shader. All of this creation is not an animation. It's not like an animation in a file. It's not stored as bits. It's stored as math. And so you're able to scale it and change it and move around and zoom in as much as you're able to, because it's all mathematical. So if I like change the parameters here, I can change exactly where it's looking, how it rotates, density of clouds and stuff, because it's all generated on the fly. None of this has a strict position, like say a regular image like a PNG or a JPEG. So you can zoom in all the way. So I said like 1,000. 1,000. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Delete it, delete it, delete it, shit! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Don't make that too big, as it will crash OBS. Don't make that too big. It will delete. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? We are back. Okay. Jeez.
100 flying a bit too close to the sun there, Mako.
Yeah, be very careful with shaders. Don't test them while live, as it's possible that you will make something that is 12,000 pixels wide that it tries to render. Yippee. Duck noses? Be very careful with that. Anyways, back to some like this the stuff I want to talk about with like the Kali Linux thing. So, there's a password, like a little password dump file that was taken from a website called RockYou. Now, this is filled with thousands and thousands and thousands of entries of plain text passwords. So the most common ones that people most likely use. This is very bad security, but it's very useful for people trying to do like penetration testing, because they're able to just like test each of the lines in here. And I found this line that was very funny, where someone's entire password is 7775364. Authenticate your account by entering your Yahoo password. This password can be used to log into RockYou. You change to a different password by going to the account privacy optimizing on My Stuff page. Only your current password will. But this entire thing is their password. That's insane. Like, that's so cool. It's him. It's John Test. Is that even allowed? Apparently so. This would look super, super secure. In all fairness, if this wasn't breached, this would probably never ever be discovered. Technically, this is an extremely strong password, because one of the funny things about passwords is good old entropy. So, how many bits it takes changes depending on like the hardware and the algorithm, but essentially the more information you can stuff into stuff, the longer it will take to run into, you know, like problems. So that's I fucked that up. The more bits of information you have, the longer it will take to crack it. And so if you have a super, super long password like this, you probably aren't ever gonna run into stuff, but it could possibly be colliding more. So there's a couple things that happen here that we have to explain for like security stuff. Again, this is disclaimer, I'm very new to security knowledge. This is just like my hobby interest in like finding out this stuff on the fly. So, passwords and how they're stored on websites. Is plain text is bad. You would never want a website to use plain text passwords. That's like if you literally say your password is like ABC123. Instead, they should store hashes. And so what this means is this is like an algorithm. They put your password into this, the password goes in, and a hash comes out. And so, instead of saying ABC123, you will see a bunch of letters. Let's try this actually. So let's try SHA-1. Try like a SHA-1 over here. ABC123. So you're able to go through here by here we go. So you type in ABC123, you get out this password hash. Now, you can't type in this in the password box. So the password box for all these websites still requires the password, but they never actually store this one. They store this, the result. And so there's a separation here, in that if this hash is compromised, you can have the hash, but you need to find what makes it. Now, if you know the algorithm, this is nice because, well, you can keep trying stuff. But remember, the password goes in, the hash comes out. It's like a big mathematical formula. The key point of this is that it's non-reversible. You can't go backwards. If you have the hash, you can't know what password made the hash unless you find every single instance of them. You can't take a hash and get the password. So the password goes to the hash. The hash cannot go to a password. Again, there are exceptions to this. There are some algorithms where you can kind of fuck that up. But the hash is meant to just be there as a representation of the password. So when you have like your little password box, it's you type in your password, the algorithm goes in there, goes boop, 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 mathy stuff, and spits out this big long number of hexadecimal. Or in some cases, there are other formats where they do like only ASCII characters, or ones where they do like a bunch of other stuff. Anyways, there's a bunch of these algorithms. Some common ones you'll see is that it's true if there's salt. It's from the same password. Yes, that's a technicality. I get into that. I'll get into that. Don't worry. Again, they're meant to be non-reversible, and I'm getting into the security stuff. This is the background. Just steady. Down, boy, down. All right. So, when you have a hash, you type in that and get the password. How can these ever be compromised? Well, the reason why they're compromised is because hash algorithms are consistent. They need to be consistent or else the whole thing doesn't work. So you know that if you put, say, A through the algorithm, you get out, if you go back to the website, we type in A, we get this number. We type in B, we get this number. That means if you see this as a hash in a database, you know for certain that this one is how you got the password there, so you can reverse it here. This happens and is called hash lookups. You can have hash lookups.
100, I'll have a pot of coffee and a can of hash.
Hell yeah. What is hash? What is a can of hash? What the fuck does that? Is that an American thing? I'm gonna assume that's an American thing. Anyways, so hash lookups. This is where you have a bunch of these. So lots, after you essentially put them through the algorithm, put through and stored. And so with this, instead of having to try random passwords and being like, damn, I don't know what this is, you can try from all the way from A down to X1 and find out each of the hashes for each of these and compare them. So if you find that there is this hash on the side, like FQ12 blah 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 blah, you know that it caused this password. And now you found the password. You haven't reversed the hash. You found out the combinations that give you that hash. Yeah. Also know when cracking passwords is most efficient cracking passwords one sense to reverse different hashes. When try to put the hash, you compare it to all passwords you have. This takes time to collect your cracking passwords down to those magnitude. Yeah. Hash tables, hash lookups. We have clipped the post to YouTube. Don't worry, I know. And so with this, you can take this instead of being like a ridiculously long, like hundreds of thousands of years. I should leave out the correct me part because as I'm speaking, everyone's like, did you actually know that this is not true? And it's like, instead, it's true, but... And just like, okay, yes, settle down. Just wait like 5 seconds, please. I should take out the correct me part. Because everyone's a little excited. And there's nothing wrong with that. But they're a little excited. So, for this conversation with like hash stuff, there's a couple like algorithms that are common. You'll still see. SHA-1, SHA-256, MD5. Don't get me on the technicality. I know this isn't used for security. I know it's used for file verification. Don't worry. MD5. The other ones was like bcrypt, base64 kinda, and there's a bunch other ones. Marco, should I go for the Z52 or the LLBIC? I don't know. What does that mean? Anyways, this one, there's a lot of like really interesting history here. I suggest you look up the crypto wars. Because at one point, the US government had actually blocked crypto. Not coins, as in all cryptography. They wanted you to use specific algorithms the government says are okay, and that the US military would have the only access to the stronger encryption. This means that essentially, we would be fucked. Computers would be fucked. Because the early algorithms were very, very easy to break. And we risked having all our internet security collapse because the military was like, if you use this, you're violating the law. As it's just like a way to prevent your computer from being like session hijacked or... Yeah, please just use this seed. Everyone must use this seed. There's a lot of like really fun stuff. So yeah, if you look up the crypto wars, there's a lot of like very good documentaries on this. Yeah, so a lot of it stems from a lot of 1984 perspectives. There's some books you can get on this as well. There's Fake Deaths, Missing Billions. But Wikipedia has a nice summary we can go through and show. Clip this and send me replies. Again, disclaimer. I'm doing the security stuff as a hobby. This is my personal interest. This is not my expertise. This is not my expertise. That's my disclaimer. So you can correct me, but please wait until a little bit as I finish my sentence. So yeah, naturally, hot off the back of the Cold War, the world was going into, you know, computers. Big fucking things. No one wants one of those in the house. And then suddenly people had them in their houses because they managed to get very small. Now, you need a way to secure stuff because imagine using the internet without any security. How do you trust that the website you're accessing is actually Amazon and not an Iranian or Russian or Chinese backdoored version that has been DNS poisoned in your local area? The answer is you don't. Without cryptography, you can't prevent that. There is no way to make sure, without encryption, that your things are secure. You need to be able to say, like, hey, this signature is this person. You kind of just had to believe without it. And so the US wouldn't just say, what was it? Yeah, so the US government export regulations would not permit crypto systems using 128-bit keys to be exported. The longest key size allowed for export without individual license receivers was 40 bits. So the US edition, the full 128 bits, and the international version of the Netscape, the internet browser, could only do 40 bits. Yeesh. You could break 40-bit encryption in a matter of days. So again, just like how radio signals are just like blasting out into the air all the time. You can't like say only one person gets a radio signal. It's blasted out from wherever the signal is transmitted. The US tried to say that, oh, only the military and the US itself gets 128 bits. Everyone else, 40. How fast you can crack this? Let's take a look. Because remember, if anyone is able to access your signal, they can take it from your PC. That's like transmitting your stuff. You send your thing to this website. Anyone along the middle could capture this, and even if it's encrypted as ones and zeros, etc., with a couple of days, you could decrypt this, even with the computers of back then. At this point in time, so back then, this would take days. Now it would take less than 1 second. See, the thing of any communication ever made, you could just be logging them all. And just, if you say notice like a banker, you could just like set it, hey, decrypt that. 2 seconds. Any computer could decrypt this in 2 seconds. 40-bit was not enough. 128-bit is also not enough, as we have to use SHA-256 now as well. So yeah, the US had a very peculiar history when it comes to this. They did not want the rest of the world to do it, and it was only through a bunch of legal challenges and forcing it to be like, Bill Clinton signed the executive order transferring commercial encryption from the munition list to the commerce control list. So yeah, in the US, encryption was classed as a munition, an actual like weapon of war. Insane. It makes sense because being able to encrypt and hide messages from your enemy is essential for not dying, but also it's a necessary technology for the entire world. Yeah, and there are thousands of bits that can go into encryption, like there's RSA 4096 now, isn't there? Yeah, Bill Clinton was like, all right, here you go, everyone, don't worry, you can use encryption, you're allowed to browse fucking Netscape Navigator now, don't worry. Yeah, because like encryption did start as military technology. Code books, fundamentally cryptography was code books. You write down, say, hey, I'm sending over FQ7 equals plus 19er. And then this little guy like gets out of code book, is like, he wants pizza for dinner. And that's how the military transfers secrets. But with computers, they're able to automate this process. And yet, Turing's computer, Alan Turing, again, the peculiar, like the specifics of this, there's a lot more people that went into this, but the Turing machine was built to crack the Enigma machine's encryption. But yeah, it has been a traditional military technology, so you can understand why they did this. But also it's still very silly that they did try and do this until they were forced to stop. This order permitted them to implement rules that greatly simplified the export of proprietary and open source software containing cryptography, which they did in 2000. So yeah, the only restrictions now are that you can't give specialized equipment to rogue states and terrorist organizations, which I'm pretty sure you can't do anyway. But yeah. Yippee. Oh yeah, Britain also tried to do it. So naturally the British people tried to say that they withheld export licenses from exporters unless they use weak ciphers or short keys, and generally discouraged practical public cryptography, because of course the British tried to say people couldn't use codes in public, and they had to let the government see everything, because of course they did. Yeah. If you mean that you can't sell computers to Iran, that doesn't surprise me. That makes sense. Not that I agree or disagree, but that makes sense. So yeah, lots of stuff. But yeah, the SHA-1 algorithm now, one of the things that we mentioned is that, okay, you can know for certain that if you get this hash and you find a password that comes into it and you store it in a big lookup table, you can kind of be certain that this hash means it's this password. Here's where the technicality comes into this. So, technically, what happens here is, I should probably go to like the software and game development, shouldn't I? There we go. So, what happens in this is something known as a hash collision. So it's possible that I need more space. What do we delete? Is there any more space? Hang on. Let's do where is it? There's not enough space. Let's save this one. Let's do save. Just getting you bored. I know. It's hash collisions. Although a hash is meant to be like the password, you hash out. There are cases where the algorithm produces duplicates. Now, how is this meant to be possible if the hash is meant to be, you know, providing us a unique identifier without giving us the original password? The simple answer is math. Math is hard. Math is very, very hard. And at a certain level, some math will create duplicates. I'll give an example of a really, really cut down hash function. So a simple hash function. This one is used to teach how hash functions work. This function is, you put in this, and you get out x modulo 10. Hey. So, you put in 1. The hash you get out is 1. 2 gives 2. This is great. This is great, isn't it? We have a unique identifier for this. But we go to 10. We put in 10 to this algorithm. 10 divided by 10 with a remainder, 0. 11 divided by 10, remainder is 1. What we now have here is a collision. This is a collision. We have created an algorithm that will bind multiple inputs to the same output. And this is bad because if you typed in your password as 1, this one and this one both will result in the same number, which means the system would say that's the same. So in a system with hash collisions, you need even less, because say your password is apricot pumpernickel. Apricot pumpernickel $79 $. This should be very hard. But if the algorithm, by mistake, collides with this, and suddenly you have the same one as A, this means this really, really difficult password suddenly is also mistaken for A in the algorithm. So if you typed in this would give you access if A is a collision. It's the same hash. Now, no good hash algorithm should do this, but that's a really hard thing to do. It's really hard to verify that literally everything will never have a collision, because you can always throw more at something, and there are always unexpected consequences. Math usually can be proved stable, but SHA-1, that algorithm we mentioned before, SHA-1 is 160 bits, even higher than what the US government said that was, you know, military only. So you'd think, okay, SHA-1's pretty good. It was designed by the NSA, so it must be good. Unfortunately, later on it was discovered that it has weaknesses. So the weaknesses for this, if you go into here, it renders it as 40 hexadecimal digits. Now, where are the collisions? Yeah, so all major web browsers stopped in 2017, and in 2017 it's been proven that they can do hash collisions with two dissimilar PDF files. They could just have multiple PDF files that were completely different, and feeding them into the algorithm produced a hash that was the exact same. Now, why is this a bad thing? Because we don't use hashes just for passwords. We also use hashes for general security. If you put in a file into the algorithm, you get out a hash. This is how you can check that this is legitimate. If you have, say, a good exe file, and you get out, say, 8AF2 blah 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 blah, all the same, that's good. That's good. That's great. You know that this is the same hash it should be. But if your algorithm has collisions and bad.exe produces the same hash, 8AF2 blah 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 blah, unfortunately, this collision means that if you run this file, Microsoft and you looking at the hash will be like, okay, this must be safe then. It has the exact same hash. All the bits line up. So I'm going to run it. And suddenly your system's compromised. Then it's not just used for passwords. It's used for pretty much every aspect of security in a system. So yeah, that's why collisions are a bit of a scary thing. Yeah, this is a simple algorithm. If you want to see like a good one, let's actually take a look at like the SHA-1 implementation. So you can see how SHA-1 is actually done if you go to like the C libraries. So you can read all the code for this, because again, they're open source, because everyone needs to be able to actually implement this. SHA-1 is, again, made by the NSA. It uses a special secure hash algorithm, and it represents a condensed representation called a message digest. It takes less than 2 to the 64 bits as input and produces a 160-bit digest. So you put in ABC, you get out this one always. So we paste this one in. SHA-1.c. The math they use for this is very complex. You put in all these parameters and you get out all of these. There's a bunch of states and flips and all kinds of things they do. All kinds of stuff they do with different numbers and constants. These are the initialization constants. So this is how the algorithm starts this initial data. These are hexadecimal numbers. And so that's how they decided that the state, as it goes through, starts at this much, and then they apply all the mathy formulas to go through and make it into the final, like, 20 character representation. So they do transform, 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 and all of these numbers that start off as this go chunk, 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 and change into the next versions of the data. And finally, you should have a unique representation. But, as was discovered in at least 2017, and also theorized back in the 90s and 2000s, this would eventually be crackable and also has collisions. Even with all of this mathy stuff, this is still not sufficient to make sure that it doesn't collide with the same numbers. Oh no, okay. Where is the hash collision error in SHA-1? Yeah, so you can theoretically run into 50 to a million files with the correct hash until you reach a collision. But if you're doing billions and billions and billions of these a day, think about it this way. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. So what happens here is that if it takes 50 to 100 million to have one collision, this might seem pretty fine. But how many files are on a computer? How many files are on, say, your Windows installation? Let's see. Files in a Windows installation. There is about 300,000. Now imagine how many computers are there on Earth? Probably at the very least conservatively, 1 billion. So, say everyone transfers a bunch of files all over the internet on their PC. You have 1 billion people that have this many files plus extra on the internet. With this likelihood of 50 to 100 million, if we take 1 billion, so 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Again, I'm not a mathematician, I actually don't really like math. But cryptography, lots of math involved. Yeah. So, you take this one, and then 300,000. So we'll change this one to a 3 and go boop, boop. Great. This is, say, 1 day. Now take away 50 to 100 million. So 100 million is 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Yeah, that's 100 million. So you notice is that there's potentially roughly 3,000 collisions in 1 day. That's 3,000 opportunities with this algorithm, with that amount of rate, that amount of devices, and that amount of files per day. The math here is, again, rudimentary and a little silly. But you can see where this starts to be a problem, is suddenly, if things get corrupted, if things, get intentionally corrupted, you have 3,000 files, 3,000 checks, 3,000 certificates that aren't what they're meant to be. And that's not good. What sources of all of the internet information is the conglomeration databases of the one location Earth is responsible for running the internet. Oh, okay, that's easy. The internet is a global network that has a bunch of shit that people run together. There's ISPs, your internet service providers. They often maintain little networks that help route the traffic around. I think everyone on the internet is responsible for managing their own little bit. Also, hi Whiskey, welcome to stream. How you doing? Hello. How you doing? Oh, enjoy getting your groceries. Yeah, it's a pile of stuff that's connected to other stuff with layers of other stuff. I'll bring up the ARPANET diagram, but you can actually see ARPANET in 1997 is that there is a logical map of every single part of the internet in 1977. Back before it was known as the internet, it was known as ARPANET. Proud to be Dutch? Hell yeah, whiskey. Have a great day. I'll never be Swedish. Yes, the information superhighway. Yeah, this is the logical map back then of ARPANET. You'd see when they were all back on the PDP 10s and 11s. You'd see Hawaii, Stanford, MIT, Texas, USC, Illinois, Utah. Awesome. You're serious. Thank you, Whiskey. So yeah, the internet isn't like one big global server that manages every person on the planet. It's a bunch of stuff that connects. There's data centers in between. There's routing that goes to different places. And think of those routers like little like checkpoints. Like a guard that like inspects your car. It's like, all right, you have to drive down that section of the highway. You have to go that way. Like little traffic controllers and checkpoints that send you where you're meant to be. And then like eventually it starts reaching the end results of data centers. They're like, okay, you get access to this file. And then it goes back across that entire journey. Wow. Today's map of the internet is like 6 gigabytes. It's huge. It's huge. This is a lesson on the internet. No, it's a ramble. I like to ramble. We started this off by saying that this would be a demonstration of some password stuff, entropy. We're at how many layers? We're at quite a few layers of tangent. Quite a few. But back down to the other one over here. So this password word list. These are how people crack your passwords without taking ages and ages. Because remember what I said before with that little like napkin math, is that if SHA-1 as an insecure algorithm is able to collide every 50 to a million roughly, we have about 3,000 a day with the billions and billions of devices we have. How the fuck does anyone crack passwords? Well, the simple answer is that they don't really crack them. They have a list of commonly used passwords. Because if you have, say, an algorithm, let's make like a fictional one. Let's say the cunt algorithm. Cunt encryption. This is a fictional encryption algorithm. This will take your computer 1 second per hash. If, in order to guess a password that's like, say, one letter A, this will be guessed in the first try. You'll guess this one in the very first try. But if instead you have a password that is like, say, where is it? Let's do ABC 1, 2, 3. This, each of these ones. We have 6 places that needs to be determined before we reach the answer to this password. Have a good one. See you, Flood Noodle. Have a great day. If each of these can have, say, the 26 letters of the alphabet, as well as punctuation, as well as 10 numbers, that's a lot of data. More likely than not, they'll have like, say, 128 characters from the ASCII dataset. I know there are control characters in this that can't be printed. I know. 26. Yeah, isn't it? How many letters in the alphabet? 26. Yes. It's not 25. So this takes 1 second. You have for each of these letters here 128 possibilities times 128 possibilities times 128 possibilities times etc. etc. 128 to the power of 6 combinations before you reach this one. Before guessed. So that will take quite a while. This will take 128 to the power of 6 seconds. So 128 to the power of 6 is big number. Very large. 4.39 times e to the power of 12. Quite a bit. Usually divide by half. Yeah, we'll divide by half. The math is a little finicky. So if you had an algorithm that took 1 second, how are you supposed to be able to find these? Well, the answer is that with password wordless, you're able to have common passwords and then compare these. So instead of 12 to the power of 6, of which are all random, sorry, 128 to the power of 6 are random, you instead have, say, up to like a million. Is that a million? That's 10 million. A million that are likely to be someone's password. At least one account you find will probably have one of these. And so instead of taking effectively thousands of years, with some likelihood and a bunch of people's hashes from a database breach, you would be able to find someone's password. You could brute force it with enough time and enough computing power to, like, say, maybe you get it down to like a fraction of a second instead of the cunt algorithm taking a second per hash. Again, that's a fictional algorithm for the purposes of demonstrating the time here. And so these word lists, one of the most common ones you'll see mentioned, is rocku.txt. You're able to actually find this just like on the internet. You can download this from anywhere. I recommend the zipped version. I don't recommend downloading random TXT files or trying to execute them. That's a very bad idea. But yeah, the reason one exists is because there was a website called Rocku. This is a social app and advertising network. They had a devastating data breach. This exposed 32 million passwords. That's like basic beginner stuff? Yes. Again, I know computer science stuff, I know how to program, I've had dev jobs. Security is not my forte, it's just an interest I have lately. The passwords is not in plain text. That really bad thing you talked about where if they can see your password, they can see exactly how to type it in and get access to every account. So I didn't hash them. Now, everyone in the world has this file for penetration testing where they're able to pass in a bunch of these common passwords, and most likely someone, at least one person, will have a very common password. And so back to this one. There are a bunch of people that have 7 my passwords, 789 passwords, 785 passwords, 77 passwords, 77. 777536 will authenticate your account by entering Yahoo password. This password can be used to log into Rocku. Someone had this entire sentence as their password, which I think is awesome. I think this is absolutely great. This is hilarious. And I can only imagine someone losing their account because they changed the term of service or they changed the error message to something else. Because the only way to get this would be to copy paste this in. Yeah. So very fun. And now the way you combat this with these like password lists for really common ones is that you return to the lovely XKCD that explains this. Password strength. Number 936. So, if you use a bunch of gibberish stuff here that's kind of hard to detect, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 characters. You may think that, okay, but like Marco, if it takes 1 second to guess one hash, I'm completely fine. That was an example for this like theoretical cunt algorithm. Cunt encryption is incredibly complex, which also means it's slow. You don't want your encryption to be really slow because then no one will be able to use it in real time. So encryption has to also be very fast. Because otherwise, most of the time you use a computer is going to be waiting for stuff. And that would suck. It'd be like Windows and me all over again. So for real time, a CPU can do for, say, SHA-256 about 10,000 to 100,000 to millions per second. And so very quickly, you start to think like, oh shit. And that huge unattainable number before suddenly now is very attainable. To think, okay, that's not great, because then we could probably crack this in like, say, months down to days. I also regret to inform you that GPUs are way better at this. GPUs are way better at hashes. If you have like a little, if that triggers something in your brain, that's because crypto and currency also soaked up GPUs back when you used to use GPUs for mining, because they're really good at hashes. They can calculate a shit ton of hashes all over and over, because yeah, there's shit tons of cores. There's like thousands on some GPUs. So they're able to find them very fast. How fast? Well, I posted a screenshot in Discord. An RTX 4090 is able to do for SHA-256 20,000 approximately between all these different ones. Hashes per second. Oh, my mistake. 20,000 mega hashes per second. How big is a mega hash? Well, big. Remember, is that we have, say, just the regular units, like, say, 1,000? Well, 0 to 999 is here. 1,000 to 1,000,000 is kilo. 1,000,000 to 1,000,000,000 is mega. And 1,000,000,000 to 1,000,000,000,000 is gigahashes. So if you have a graphics card that's able to do 20,000 mega hashes per second, that is 20 billion hashes per second. A RTX 4090 can do 20 billion hashes per second. So GG. The reason why we need tons and tons and tons of computing power and more bits is because graphics cards, especially, are really good at this. And so if you had 5 RTX 4090s in a cluster, you have about 100 billion per second. And this is what the measurement is used for, all those like password time calculator for cracking them. If you see the password strength meter, the time it would take is often measured in 100 billion. So I'll show you this one. I'm trying to find one that shows the actual billions. Brute force calculator. Yeah, so let's try this one. Generally block the first use producing crypto positive rate for miners. Yeah, but that's specifically miner stuff. Like, otherwise, it's completely fine. What is your opinion about a password generator in any internet security suite? If it's long enough, it's fine. Let's say, hello world. With MD5 at this many hashes per second, that'd take 18 hours. Let's do SHA-256. At about that much. That'll take a week. But again, we don't have that. We have... How many? 20 million to billion is... 11 minutes. You can crack that faster than 11 minutes. If you said 100 billion, so 100, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 100 billion is 23 minutes to brute force that at the absolute maximum time. And that's just 5 GPUs. That's 5 GPUs you can buy right now. You can go to lunch and you will crack anyone's password that is 10 characters long. You add one, it goes up to 10 hours. You add another one, it goes up to a week. The reason why is because the number of combination goes up exponentially. As every time you add one more character slot here, you have to test every single combination again with another one stable on top. 2K each though. For a business, that's very cheap. So, if you are, say, targeted by someone or an individual, you don't have to have someone that has tens of thousands of dollars. They can also rent out these. So you can also rent out GPUs. So, the video H100 hash rate. If we go for, say, SHA-256. Let's see. Hashcat on this one. The H100s have been used and referred to as AI GPUs. That's typically what people consider them to be. So each of these GPUs, if you search for SHA-256, yeah, this one's actually slower than a 4090. So a 4090 is actually a lot slower than this one. So the 4090 is a lot faster than the H100. So some of the consumer level GPU is able to crack your passwords faster than these data centers. But anyway, you can rent out a bunch of these. So, rent GPUs. Here you go, Vast AI, run pod. Let's do a calculation. Let's do a calculation. Yes, here we go. Per hour to rent out a 4090 is 40 cents. 40 cents. So if someone in particular wanted to rent out a GPU to crack you, remember every time one of these, 5 GPUs is 100 billion hashes for SHA-256, according to the benchmarks that people have done for their 4090s and the SHA algorithm. That's $2 an hour for 100 billion hashes per second. So if you're less than where is it? Resource calculator. At 100 billion hashes a second, it would take them about 60 cents worth of computing power to do this. UP, this is why your passwords should not be 10 characters long. Do not make your passwords 10 characters long. Do not do that. Holy shit. If you make it 11 characters long, it's now 10 hours. That costs them approximately, say, $40 to target you. And again, this is all assumed on its brute forcing. If they rent that out for, like, say, a longer time scale, if they do this for, say, a discount, it's possible that they could get even more out of it. There's the specialized hardware. Yeah, there's also the specialized hardware ASICs. This is just what's literally available to everyone. Everyone can just buy these GPUs even. They don't need to rent them, but if they do rent them, it'll take a couple dollars. Yes, you should not set your passwords to 55555. That's not a great idea. If we'd say ASICs for SHA-256. Again, these were devised primarily for, say, like Bitcoin and other things that use SHA-256. It's entirely possible they make specialized hardware that isn't just graphics cards. It's designed purely to do these hashes faster. Wouldn't it be illegal to try and brute force someone? Yes, there are many things that are illegal. But, the brute forcing can often be like in a data breach, and you just have like a hash locally. If you're trying to target a website, that'd be a lot slower. Because it has to do like all the checks, you probably get locked out. Yada yada. So this is very cool. Let's say your hash rate's thing. So SHA-256. ASIC. Let's see, hash rate. What's the hash rate of these? Yep. They're in the terahashes. They're in terahashes. So, with the ASIC, what are these, say, Bitcoin mining ASICs? The hash rate of this, it uses 3 kilowatts, and you can rent it, or at least it costs like $90 a day. For this one, the Ant Miner S21 Pro, hash rate 234 terahashes a second. So that's 1 terahash is 1,000 gigahashes. So we put this back into the calculator. So one of these is able to crack this password in an hour. One ASIC. EP. That's a lot. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's 1 trillion. Let's go back to this one here, it's actually 234 trillion, so let's just do, 234, 15 seconds. Uh-oh. Yeah, so if this doesn't scare you, I'm not sure what will. Passwords that are this long can be cracked in 15 seconds with hardware you can get just commercially that tons of people have laying around for Bitcoin. 15 seconds. You do this one, it's still minutes. You do this one, it's still hours. Days. If they're specifically targeting you, this is like a weekend. And there's one with, this is again, one singular ASIC. They can have multiple. If you combine, if say all of these people with their autism combined, say you got like 10 of these, add a 0. Even this password cracked in 7 hours. Say the CIA, which probably has a warehouse of hundreds of these. 45 minutes. Yeah, like this is brute force stuff. Dictionary attacks we've covered, how you're able to do them in like essentially a couple seconds. So even 14 characters, if you have 100 ASICs for SHA-256, you're able to crack any password in 45 minutes. It's possible that it goes a little earlier than this too. If you had an uppercase, it has to go through a little further. Yeah. You add $1, it goes over to weeks. Because now you have sextillion combinations. It's not fast to crack a specific password, rather fast to find a password and collect a hash. Yeah. So this is cool. And congratulations. Now you know why all of those like random password generators do stuff like this. Because very quickly, every single time you add one more character here, one more letter to remember, it adds exponentially. You now have a nonillion. And this would take, even with 100 ASICs dedicated towards this, over 1 million years. Nearly 2 million. This is proxynova.com. You're able to test this out. Now, again, be very careful about putting your password into these websites. Do not put your actual password in here. Please don't do that. Because it's also very possible that they're able to do this by going through here. And, yeah. That's very cool. Yeah, also don't worry, I use a VPN. So any IP addresses that show, don't worry, VPN. I still avoid it on stream because sometimes I have heart attacks, but yeah, VPNs. Definitely recommend them. Like, you can set up, I would recommend setting up one that's not like a main VPN. Like, they're still okay, but yeah, I don't have a VPN sponsor, sadly. This is why you shouldn't use online password generators, or you'd save the pages and run them offline. Yes, also that too. Also that too. Here's more of a, yeah, I recommend that one too. I've switched around a bunch depending on, like, say if some are on sale. Sometimes I use like private ones. Sometimes I route them through. I shouldn't say that. Just manually make sure you remember real and password you can. Use a password manager and always use two-factor. Never use SMS two-factor. As even with my very limited security knowledge, I don't recommend that. As SMS two-factor is able to be, I think in Australia even, we only just did this like very recently, where if you see SMS two-factor is this? No. SMS two-factor is really bad. Because SMS, what's it called? What's the name? What's the name? Shit, what's the name? What's it called? It's not hijacking, it's SMS... SIM swapping. SIM swapping. The SIM swapping attacks are very, very possible. Optus has gotten into a lot of shit for this because they keep doing them. It happens when someone calls up the ISP and it's like, hey, I'm this person, please transfer the phone over to my phone, please. Yippee. And suddenly, what happens is that you have a lot of shit. A lot of shit where your entire phone is now belonging to someone else. They are able to contact every service you know and get all those codes that usually meant to go to your phone. They're sent to theirs. And they're able to crack into every single one of your accounts. Yes, they're doing it with AI voices. So SIM swapping exists when it's like, hey, I've lost access to my phone. Can I please get my number ported? And suddenly, well, the human element is the weakest link in everything. And they're able to social engineer the person on the line and be like, oh, it's some old lady. Oh, it's this person that's worried about technology. And then they swap it over. They're meant to go through a bunch of security things and security checks, but they don't. Because again, they're either human or the training is bad. So in the video, they show the dangers of social engineering. Woman put a video of the baby in the crying in the background, called the guy's bank, got all of his info, pretend to be his wife. I have not seen that one in specific. I don't remember that one. And yeah, the human element is also often not paid enough or trained well enough. I was like, think of it. If you're a call center employee, you hate your job already. Your job sucks already. So like, go. There should definitely be systems in place to minimize the human element as much as possible. Yeah, like, the dangers of this are that the human element is kind of necessary because people make mistakes. People make mistakes all the time. And unfortunately, if we make the entire system automated, that means that people that make genuine mistakes are locked out of it forever. That's how we get cryptocurrency, where there's no human element to it. It's entirely distributed. And that means that there is a council of computers, so cryptocurrency, consensus, and the algorithms. You have a bunch of computers that all agree on the exact things that happened. You can't reverse any of the history in this. And that means if you make a mistake, you send it to the wrong address, you're fucked forever. Because there's no human element to this. You cannot undo it. You cannot have an exception like, hey, my house burned down. It's pure math and pure computers and means that there is no room for error. Which means it's not great. if you're trying to use it as a human. American on the YouTube channel looks over old viruses. Oh, I think I know what channel you're talking about. I love that one because you can see like it's kind of like an aquarium. So if you've ever seen, where is it? Viruses showcase. There's like a yeah. I think it's Denoct.
Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at WannaCrypt, a ransomware that made headlines around the world because of its fast propagation and its...
A quick disclaimer here. He'll probably say it too, but don't try this yourself. Even if you try like a virtual machine yourself, there are some ransomware and malware that are able to circumvent this, or you can very easily mess this up. Don't do this if you're not exactly sure what you're doing. I would not do this, because I am not sure that I would be able to take all the necessary precautions. And especially not live. Especially not live.
its infection of many computers in the NHS. Now, I received a few requests to take a look at this ransomware, but at the time I was out of town. So now I'm back home, got the VM all ready to go, so let's go ahead and take a look at WannaCrypt.
Yeah, lots
We've
of
got our
volume.
standard series of
Even for like a
baked
hardware
files.
virtualization?
Here we have a doc.
I'm trying to think of the one. Let's see. Ransomware breaks out of VM. Like it's rare, but it's possible, and you wouldn't want to risk it. Like virtual machines, if you're not doing the correct things, like a lot of the time, remember, virtual machines still have the network open, and if your network isn't set up properly, they could use other exploits that go around and affect the rest of your system as well.
X, which is just a
Use of
recipe.
explicit crawled out of the
that I like to make
floppy disk
sometimes.
drive.
Got a test document that says test document. I've got a photo from
Just
my
imagine
car
a little
like
fella
5 years ago where it thought it was
coming out of your
129
floppy disk
degrees
drive.
outside.
Floppy
Got this
disk drive,
other
sorry.
picture. Oh no, where did it go? Oh, now it works. Okay, the video's already broken. But anyway, we got this picture that accurately represents my feelings every time I build with Legos. We've got a rich text document.
Yeah,
And
you wouldn't
finally,
want
we have
anything to be
this
connected to the
spam
network.
PDF
You want to
that
make sure
was
the
emailed
Wi-Fi
to
card is
me,
disconnected,
and these will all
and it's a
be
brand new system. And you're
encrypted
probably
by
okay with
the
it dying.
worm/Trojan. So
Like I have friends that would do stuff like this and security testing. I'd be really interested. And so I asked them like, oh, that's my laptop. I'm like, okay, so like, what's your plan if, say someone comes looking for you, or like, if you make a mistake, and they showed me, they just went and grabbed a hammer.
let's go ahead
That's
and
their
run
plan.
WannaCrypt, and we have everything disabled. All network shares. There's not even a network card attached to this virtual machine, because I have quite a few devices on this network, and I don't think my roommates or girlfriend would appreciate having all of their files encrypted. Because the thing that sets WannaCrypt apart from most other types of ransomware is the fact that it not only encrypts files on your local computer and sends emails or stuff like that, it will seek out random IP addresses and all the computers it can find on the network.
Okay.
and
See, that's the danger of why you shouldn't try this on a virtual machine either, unless you really know what you're doing, because this is able to go through the network.
encrypt those files as well. Yeah, we'll go ahead and allow this to happen. Sounds good to me. And so because of this worm component, it enables it to spread very quickly and is what actually enabled it to infect all those computers in the NHS. So here is the actual wanted decrypt
Oof.
that pops up. We can see our files just disappeared here. They have all been encrypted and now no longer function. If we open this
Yeah, like,
up with
This is also why you
Notepad.
should be careful with the block lists at your work.
maybe
Again,
more
VPNs.
apps.
I
Notepad.
always have one on whenever I
no
stream.
longer our excellent text file, however, it has been encrypted, and the same goes with all of
Hey.
these others. And we see, other than this wanna decryptor window, which we'll take a look at in a bit, our desktop has been replaced with, oops, your important files are encrypted. See this text, but don't see
Yeah,
wanna
this
decryptor.
is,
Your antivirus removed it, you gotta get it
Yeah,
back
it's
so
the
you
same
can
thing as
decrypt your
WannaCrypt.
files.
WannaCrypt is
You
essentially
can also
WannaCrypt.
see here that it drops a bitmap to the desktop,
put in a
which is
Windows
just
1 pack
the
inside, so it almost crashed the
background that
internet.
we see here that replaced everything.
Ooh,
We also have a new text document
that does sound
saying,
very
what's
cool.
wrong with my files? Oops, your important
Yeah,
files
North
are
Korea
encrypted.
has like very prolific
So
hackers.
basically, it just tells you
That's how they get a lot of
who you
funding.
need to send your bitcoins to, the application that you need to find on your desktop in order
Like
to
a
decrypt your
lot of these like
files.
Bitcoin
And then
like
I
ransomware
this
stuff,
part
the
right
money
here.
goes
How
to
can I
North Korea.
trust? Don't worry about decryption. We will decrypt your files surely because
naturally,
nobody
they don't
will trust
explode
us
much.
if we cheat users. And I'm sure that's the truth. So now we'll go over the actual ransomware itself. It's
He was
got the
working in
standard
NHS. They
ransomware
said the
fare
IT had no
going on here.
funding,
What
so
happened to my
dismissal, null
computer?
advice,
Your
and
important
desperate
files are
hope.
encrypted. And maybe you're busy looking for a way to recover your files, but do not waste your time. Nobody can recover your files without our decryption service. And essentially you have to go through, pay $300 in Bitcoin, and it channels it through a series of Tor
Yeesh.
addresses until finally the scammers receive it and decide whether or not to actually give you your decryption code. Now the only reason this actually popped up and encrypted my files is because I disconnected everything on this virtual machine from the internet. As it turns out, the malware has a sort of kill switch activated in it, in which it tests for a domain name, which at the time that the ransomware was propagating was not activated. Nobody had registered it. And as long as it found that it was not able to connect to it, it would encrypt your files and continue trying to infect new computers.
Oh,
However, one malware researcher from the Malware Tech blog discovered that when he registered this domain name, it activated the kill switch in the ransomware, pretty much effectively stopping
Wait,
it
that's so
from
cool.
continuing to propagate and infecting new systems. So, kudos to you. We see here that
That's
the
so
actual
cool.
domain has been replaced with a single text line, sinkhole.tech, where the bots party hard and the researchers harder.
what encryption do they use? Actually, let's see. Like, what algorithm are they using? WannaCry. What algorithm? Oh yeah, it uses AES. The AES key, which is then needed to decrypt those files, is then encrypted using a public RSA key. Yeah, okay. So the step for WannaCry, if we go back to this, is that they used... okay. Oh, we've run out of another border space. Let's save this one. And do another one. We've gone through 2 boards today. Impressive. So, WannaCry. It's saying here that they used AES on all files, and then they took this key and ran it through RSA with their key, their public key. So that then you had like the encrypted key. So in order to unencrypt your files, they had to give you... That's how this works. They use AES on the files, and whatever the key to unlock that is also encrypted with RSA on their public key. So yeah, they don't do this on all of your files. They instead do it on that key for your files. There's a reason they don't just provide the AES key on repayment. That's because this one is generated on the machine. Because remember, it could be offline. Generated offline. Because if they're doing like the keys for this one here, so AES keys. AES is symmetric, remember. So the key about symmetric versus asymmetric encryption. So symmetric encryption means that the key used for encrypting and decrypting is the same. Yeah. So they didn't want their master key on that machine, because if they all use the same one here, it would have to send this back. Because like if they instead of doing the other way had to send this one back, they need internet to send it to them. They need to store it, and then they need to keep track of who it belongs to and send it back. This is a little more complicated and difficult. So instead, they get the user malware version to generate the AES key, encrypts, and then they use their public version because RSA is asymmetric. RSA has a private key that's used to encrypt it. Sorry, a private key that's used to decrypt, and a public key that's used to encrypt. So they use their public key that belongs to them. This is tiny and bundled with all of the malware, so that eventually you have to contact them. And instead of storing one key for every single system, they only have to store their key. So it's cheap for them as well. It's very cheap for them too. They don't have to keep track of all this, because again, this wouldn't work if you were offline. Like, they wouldn't know the key to unlock this. Because if the key used to unlock this was just on your system, then the malware wouldn't be ransomware. You'd just be able to find the key. So instead, this means that they don't have to actually communicate with your system at all, because this public key is distributed with the malware. So they just say, hey, generate this one to do all the encrypting, and then the answer, the one that unlocks this symmetric encryption algorithm, we'll encrypt that with our public one that we distribute with the malware. So the only way to get it back is to contact us. So this works without internet. Hey. Insane. Actually really cool. I remember Copycat when a crowd didn't hide his radio processor and was talking back to base computer. I killed the process and task manager and stopped in its tracks. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, that's why they don't just use like the one key. They have to make sure it still survives without internet. They don't want to also have to keep track of these, because imagine if they are found to never actually be restoring the files, then people aren't going to give them any money. So the ransom doesn't work. Like, think about it like this. If you say, like, we're gonna take all these hostages, you have to pay us to release the hostages, and you never release the hostages, they won't pay you. They'll just kill you. Instead, you release the hostages, like, you actually have to find a way to give back the files, and still make it so people can't give back the files themselves. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, viruses used to just be like polite shitposty troll stuff. Except all the ones that weren't, but... alright. So the next one from this is that I can actually... I have like the Kali Linux like VM. So I can go through and show you this. I'll toss some links to security education resources here. Feel free to toss them here or also put them in the Discord. I said I think they were very... Oh yeah, there was copycats. Like, there's lots of copycats to this that would pretend to be them, but actually they just either deleted the keys or they wouldn't give anything back to you because there was nothing for them to give back because they didn't own the original and they just changed the address. How come I used to get more malware in the past? Because systems used to be very, very open. Like, remember, there wasn't like a run as administrator thing on Windows until like Vista with a user account, like user account control. And so everything was more open. It was more likely to have viruses. And as a whole, security was a little more new. So the idea was just never download anything. And this is sound. But Kali Linux. So this is a version of Linux which allows you to have access to a bunch of very cool tools. Let's see if I can actually do this one. Let's see if I can window capture. Window capture. Yes, this should work. This should work. Alright, so this is Kali Linux. So this is a version of Linux that is primarily oriented towards penetration testing, aka breaking into systems to mess with stuff. Legally. Again, disclaimer. Legally. Don't do illegal things. Please. I don't want to go to jail for encouraging this. Again, this doesn't mean you're a hacker. This doesn't mean you're a hacker. You can say I'm in if you'd like to. But Otherwise, it has a bunch of tools. We're gonna mix with it. What's Kali's do? I think Kali, hang on, was it Ubuntu based? Because I know like you can use XFCE, you can use GNOME, you can use KDE if you want to. There's like a bunch of different window managers. Kali Linux based, let's see. Debian, right, Debian, because this is how it actually may have gotten the XZ exploit into this because they used the latest version of Debian releases. Back when, you guys remember when I talked about the XZ backdoor? Yippee. Again, I'm a beginner at this. I'm going through like Hacker 101 tutorials and stuff for curiosity and also messing around with a bunch of tools. So what I learned today is John the Ripper. That thing we talked about with all the passwords, that wasn't just meaningless preamble. That was me giving like the background for, hey, let's actually do some dictionary attacks. So Uplink is a good game they can do that shows that in action. But here's some files I prepared earlier, where you're able to go through and open a terminal here. So this is Linux, of course. You're able to say ls and all your regular ones. Here's what contents looks like. I'm in. I've encrypted this file into a zip file, because you can say zip -- encrypt. And let's give like say a bad password. So I'll put the contents of the zip file in here. Let's give it a password ABC 123. ABC 123. So we have here is a bad password.zip. If we try and say unzip bad password.zip, we need the password. If you don't have the password, it doesn't unzip. For an example, yeah, like Pirate Software is a very, very, very cool stream. I highly recommend it. He's partially the reason why I started like looking into security stuff. Because again, I do programming, I do teaching, but security stuff is interesting. Yeah. So that's like again, the security stuff is more of a hobby for me. So I'm very, very early. So if you know the answer to something I'm struggling with, please feel free to let me know, as I'll likely get some things wrong. Okay, see you then. Thank you. You should collab. I don't think you would collab with me. He's very great, but yeah, shout out to Pirate Software. I do recommend his streams. He's really, really fun to watch. I really enjoy his stuff. He's also the reason why like I was like, you know what, MS Paint is a very good idea for this. Diagnosis. There you go. Anyways, yeah, like Thor's legit, like he has actually industry experience. I don't have any industry experience with security stuff. My stuff is all either theory, teaching, or software development. I'm not a security expert. But that being said, today I learned how to use John the Ripper. So this is a tool which is able to do a bunch of options here, like password attacks, and also then to do incremental ones. Now the thing about this is, as it's running a VM, this does not have access to like general password cracking stuff with GPUs. It's CPU bound. So this is in like the thousands of hashes a second instead of billions, like with the GPU. So if I had a GPU access to this, I'd be able to crack this in a little bit. Like I think you use hashcat in order to do that. But for dictionary attacks, it's simple, it's easy to use. Let's show it works. So back in, I believe, is /user/share/wordlist/ yeah, there's a bunch of password lists that Kali Linux provides. So rockutxt is actually stored in gzip, and you have to do sudo to unlock it. But if you do for ls-l, or is it, I think it's wc for rock here, /user/share/wordlist. Yeah, so modern cracked software can use GPU, like Hashcat's really good at this. So if you look at a rockut.txt, this has a lot of passwords. There's a lot of passwords. There's 139 million, it looks like. Oh no, that's characters. There's over 14 million. And yes, you do need sudo to unlock it. I had to do sudo gzip -d, etc, 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 because without this, it wouldn't actually come. So if you're struggling with finding like the Roku one, it's in user share wordless when you download Kali Linux, and you have to use sudo to unzip it. Alright, if you want to see like a quick little example of this, so you can say like a cat Roku txt. Again, I need to actually be in the folder. Share wordless / Roku. And see is that it has a bunch of passes like this, where the most common one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if someone has it as their password, it will be guessed immediately. Literally the first hash checked. Yeah, the PlayStation 3 at launch could install Linux until Sony removed it. Because otherwise, yeah. This is the first 10. Like you can see like the first 100 even. So the first 100 passwords. Yeah, Jonathan, Danielle, Dragon, SpongeBob. SpongeBob's the top 100. 66666, Timo, Playboy, Basketball, Love You, Fuck You, Butterfly, Soccer, Michelle, Baby Girl. It's great. Oh, this is, yes, so the way Roku, the reason why it's called Roku is because there was a website, there was a social media network called Roku, and they stored every single person's password in plain text. That's why we have this. It's from the Roku data breach. So the most common passwords is because this is what was found in 2009. This has probably changed since. Like there's more up-to-date ones that I'm likely not aware of. But yeah, it's a very funny into trivia thing. It's not called Roku because it's like we will rock you. It's called Roku after the social media that was breached. And yes, Shodan I believe is still operation. Anyways, if you'd like to take a little looky-do at this one, yeah, you should always update your passwords and make them long. So if we want to say use this one, remember we've encrypted our thing in badpassword.zip. We used ABC 123. How do we put this into a password ripper? Well, John has a bunch of options. And one of them is, well, you point it to a file. So if you point this one to badpassword.zip, it doesn't see any hashes here. The thing is that John the Ripper, the software, works on top of this. And so what you need to do is go da 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 da. A special thing called zip to John. So zip to John converts the hashes into a format that John can read by extracting them from here, because you'll see this in a second. So we say bad password.zip. It shows you all the information, how many bytes is in this, the contents of the zip file. It uses pkzip as the algorithm. Yeah, so this is the hash that John is going to try and break. We can output this into a file, so we can say hash example. And so this will be in the file. So if we say cat hash example, this is that. How big is that text file? It's like 5 letters. 5 characters. I'm in. It's just contents.txt. Anyways, if we use John on this hash file, we say, where is it? Hash example. That's how long it took. That's how long it took to open it as a zip file. ABC 123. There it is. So if it's in a word list, like say the Rocky.txt, it will be found very, very quickly. Super cool. Whereas if you try it the other way around, like let's do let's make another one. So let's say zip dash dash encrypt, and let's make our good password. Good password.zip, and then you put in contents.txt. And let's give it like say correct horse battery staple. That's a lot of entropy and easy to remember. Correct horse battery staple. You try to run this for John, so you do zip to John. Good password.zip. What format is this? Oh, it just takes any hash. So you can also put like regular SHA-256, you can put MD5, SHA-1, a lot of stuff. Back to this one. I think John has this now in the DB. It should. So if you then do John on good password.hash. Now it's not in rocky.txt. That's not in rocky.txt. Remember, rocky.txt is from 2009. In that data breach. It would likely be in other stuff. And more recent ones. Because remember, if you go back to here, what is that file? This is that one we just encrypted. So we encrypted our contents.txt, which is like a little text file that says, I'm in. And we put that in the file that has correct horse battery staple as the password. This will take, if we take a password calculator, our password strength meter, correct horse battery staple. This should take 10 centuries. This should take 10 centuries in order to crack. But this is a very common password as it's been mentioned by XKCD. So theoretically this should take a second. If this is actually in there. And we can do this if we give a word list. So if we were to say a word list full of like, let's say, our password list. We use nano for this. Let's just say some common ones like marker is great, correct, horse, battery, staple. Marco was born in 19... And we changed it to a bunch of other stuff, like let's say password 123, ABC, etc, etc. Or like this. This is a custom password list. Because again, you can make password lists specified towards a person. You put in a bunch of their data inside of here. 19 ac. Yeah, like the dude was killed halfway through. So we try John, and we instead say dash dash word list equals. If we try, what would we just call that one? Our password list. There it goes. So if you know some data about the target and what they might like, you are able to create a password list and generate a bunch of stuff to try. So although this should theoretically take 10 centuries, if you have a list of common passwords and like meme stuff, or any information about the person you're trying to crack the password for, you could just put that in their birthday, different permutations of their birthday, special dates around them, people they know. Like all those you could put into information, because like there's also like a format to generate a bunch of like this information yourself. But yeah, you can also do, again, /user /share /wordless /rocky.txt explicitly for a lot of stuffs. And again, it keeps memory. So if it's already found a hash, it'll keep that in its library. But you can now do this for, say, SHA-256. So you can do SHA-256 sum. That'll give you all this text as SHA-256. Now, a really common issue, and one I ran into in this, is remember, if you say echo, so echo hello into SHA-256 sum, this isn't actually echo. This isn't actually hello, sorry. That goes into the hash algorithm here. What's happening is echo always does a new line. So you have to explicitly say, no new lines. Yeah, that's the common mistake. So this is the hash here. Now if you try to put this into a file, so let's say the hash you want to crack. You have this crack.txt, you have this hash and a crack in it. If you try and use John on this one. Okay, why is it not auto-completing? I could swear this is supposed to autocomplete. Oh, I use the arrows, okay. Gotcha. If you try and use this on crack.txt, it couldn't find any password hashes. The reason why is because this. The annoying thing SHA-256 does is it adds in some extra information. So you either manually delete it, or when you're generating your hashes, you can make sure that you do cut field 1 with the delimiter of spaces. Yippee. Cut is a very useful filter tool in pipelines in Linux, where you're able to string together commands. This one grabs the first field with spaces as a separator. This one. Here. Where do autocompletes come from? That's previous commands I've entered on stream. Or earlier. As I was setting this up before stream 2. So if you enter this, and you do cat crack, you'll see is that it doesn't do this extra information. EP. So now, if we run this one again, there it goes. But it doesn't appear to have found something. So this is where it gets a little finicky. So if you say John --show, I ran into a bunch of issues with this. So crack.txt. It says 0 hashes cracked, 1 left. When you put in like rocky txt, it should definitely be able to find hello. It 100% should be able to find this. And so I was like, okay, why the fuck is this happening? Turns out you need to explicitly say, sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. --. Is hello_rocky.txt. It 100% should be. It 100% should be. There's like 50 million of these. --. Format. --. Format equals raw 256. There. Even though it said this one. The reason why is because it detected as crypto safe. It thought it was crypto safe AES 256. So the auto detection here sometimes can fuck up. This is why if you're having trouble with John, the most likely thing is that it's picked the wrong one to automatically do. So if you do it as raw SHA-256, it will find that it's hello. Yeah. And so now if you say John --show crack.txt, wait, okay, I think I have to say again. Format equals raw SHA-256. Yes, there it is. Yeah, so although some stuff works really automatically, a lot of the time specifying it manually has to be done with this. Hey. Now again, Kali Linux has a bunch of stuff pre-installed. It also has, I believe, if you type in just SHA, there is SHA-1, SHA-256, SHA-sec, etc, etc, etc. Yeah. And now, if you don't find the hash, you're also able to like do incremental attacks as well. Yeah, that's how you do both regular SHA-256 hash checking. Like you can make your own files full of hashes to try. You can try zip files. You can try your own custom word lists. You can try the word list built into Kali Linux. Like let's take a look at these ones again. So let's go cd into user slash share slash webless. We have DNS map. Let's try doing nano on that one. DNSmap.txt. A bunch of stuff here. If you go to fasttrack.txt. Yeah. He has a bunch of very... Well, Nano was just like the easiest one because I don't want to fucking learn Vim. I still don't like Vim. I don't like Emacs either. I briefly learned Emacs. I was like, you know what? I'll just do the simpler option. Thank you very much, Ramicus Nenicus, for the Prime sub. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, that goes to all you. I hope you enjoyed like my ranting here. This is like my chill day. Where tomorrow I'll be getting up early and playing VR with whiskey. But yeah, yes, this is brute forcing. You can also try so like SHA-251. Remember we showed off like the how fast we can do SHA-256. So if you want to see do this one, remember you're allowed to mine these for Bitcoin. Well, you can also do it on SHA-256, just regular hashes. Like you don't have to do Bitcoin hashes here. You can also rent these ones out, and these do terahashes. Again, trillions of hashes per second, which is insane. I'm gonna use text editor. Come, you have PhD in its use. Yeah, I think Vim is a little complex. Yeah, like it still makes you cry when you think about exiting it. It's not okay. People still exaggerate. People exaggerate about Vim. Like if you accidentally open up Vim, again, let's try Vim fasttrack.txt. You just say :Q. It's not difficult. It's like I'm gonna use Sharon's own process. Yes. Now this brings us to our next section of this. It's like, okay, if it's only like a numbers game here, how are we meant to avoid at some point some person with a fucking Giga Miner Pro card coming in and trying trillions and trillions of these? Well, salts. You're able to salt your hashes. What does it mean? You're able to salt your hashes like a field of barren fucks. What salting a hash means is not your whole hash for stuff salt. You're able to salt the fields so that nothing grows, or very simply, that a regular hash cannot be easily determined. So a salt is like a special little number you add onto the algorithm to make the output of the hash different. You know the hash on the server side?
100.
Salt. Very true. Very true. And so if you bring this up in MS Paint, it's not enough on its own. It's one little extra measure of obfuscation. Salting is often called security through obscurity. That means is that it's not actually protecting anything. It's just making it harder to find stuff. It's something you do. Like you should still do this. So where you take a hash and instead of it always being reliably, say this number, 0xAB. If you put in this password ABC123, by whom? I don't know, I found something of it. But anyway, salting is necessary. Again, if I'm incorrect in anything, please let me know. My security knowledge is very, very rough and very new. But it does make sense to call it security through obscurity, because, well, if you know what the hash is, sorry, if you know what the salt is, you're able to reverse that as well. It's still have to do all the work, but it just slows them down. You're just like hoping they don't find it. Yeah, it's padding. So the hash here, but whereas if you have a salted one, you have ABC123, and you also have like a bit of the salt onto it, and this produces a different hash. Hey, the salt is stored with the hash. Okay, then I must be misinformed on that one. Let's double check this. Let's see. Salting hashes. Random data is salted to use an additional input to a hash function that hashes the password. Yeah, to defend against dictionary attacks. That's what I said. That's what I, okay, that's what I said. Yeah. Yeah, like if you're leaking the password hashes, you're also leaking the salt. Yeah. It's like it slows people down. But primarily, like if you find out what the hash is, sorry, if you find out what the salt is, you also just like you keep going through the same progress. Yeah, like you need to transfer the salt around, because otherwise, if you don't know what the salt is, you will not be able to get the hash again. And the whole point of hashes is that you're supposed to be able to get them consistently. It's like you could have a special algorithm that has the password plus a hash. Sorry, password plus a salt. And this like self-destructs James Bond style. And this would be really, really secure. This would be really secure. So secure that you would never be able to get it again. So, that's why we don't do that. The salt has to be stored with it, from what I remember. Don't add salt, just add the... Don't add salt, just add the end. Get a wildly different password hash because of it. Don't add salt, just add the end. I'm gonna leave this up there in case it's a screenshot. Hunt. Yep. Yep. Again. Yeah. And the exact particulars on this, I haven't looked directly into how the algorithms work, because, yeah, some of them, yeah, they do seem to be part of the algorithm itself. Some of them are padding. Otherwise, rainbow table attack. I'm trying to see if I remember exactly what rainbow tables are. Okay, so rainbow tables, I'm gonna take a guess. Is that when you have like all the hashes out, like you calculate them beforehand, and so you have like a big like list of ready-made hashes, so you don't have to redo all the hash work? Is that one? Yep. Hey! Okay, good. Sweet. I remembered something. Nice. Index database of pre-calculated hashes. Sweet. No, salt doesn't do anything significant. Yeah, it doesn't do anything significant. It does something. Like if someone was very naive and didn't actually take into account the salt, they would have a very rough time. But if you know the salt, then yeah. Like this ensures that they at the least, salting means, what's it, M? Salting means doing hashes again. Yeah. So rainbow tables are when you have a pre-calculated list of hashes. So instead of having to do the work every time, like you cache them. And this means that you're able to go through and compromise things without doing all the work every single time. Salting prevents this. Yeah. A dictionary attack will still work with salts. It's just that you'll have to do like all the work again. So you'll still have to like do all the GPUs, like you're back to square one. You can't speed up with a rainbow table unless that salt has already been calculated by someone else. The famous cracking tool, grep. Okay, I do love grep. I do love grep because like you're able to go through, remember, with grep and find anything you want. So with enough regex and grep's extended mode, you're able to find anything. So if we say, for example, say rock you. If you do a grep on rock.txt, you see the pattern first, so rock you.txt. If we search for, say, instances of Marco, let's see how many times Marco appears. Oh, there's a lot of Marcos. Wait. Macaroni, I love you. Okay, so someone's password was macaroni. I love you. Cute. Macro Terra's Sakai Cochris. Of Makoto-sung at hotmail.com. God damn. See, like, you're able to with grep, like, you can say, like, remember with grep, you can say macro, and then anything, and it ends with, love, anything else. Macaroni, I love you. Marco Lovema. Marco Lovema. Marco Lovema. Nice. If you search for anything like love, go for anything love. There's a lot of instances of love. Humans, I love Buster, I love Dan, I love Frank, I love me. Kelsey loves Barry. Love me or hate me. I love Kayla69. I love Cody Brown. It's really fun looking through this because I remember I showed you guys on Twitter, but if you search for a password, a lot of people put password in their password. So dare to steal my password. This is why dares are not a good idea. Never dare people to do things. It's like, okay, what are you gonna do? Stab me? Famous quote of a man stabbed. Password, and yeah, this person's password is all of this under the password protection box where it's telling you to choose another password. They just copied in a whole paragraph, which is great. And yeah, all the explanations were from policies that say like you have to have punctuation. Oh my god, multiple people did this. What? Multiple people did this. Multiple people had a paragraph from the password selection screen. Oh my god, so many people did this. The password you chose during registration. Your password and email address don't seem to match. A password no one will ever figure out. How many did this? How many? Yeah, let's grep and say. Okay, so we have to find. Please authenticate. Let's try please authenticate. Grep. Please. No, let's authenticate. At least 5 people did this. Let's try for login to rock you. Yeah, 5 people did this. That's impressive. Yeah, like, there's gotta be... Again, there's like 14 million passwords here. So it's not like they're doing something specifically wrong. Ooh, wait, yeah, what's the longest line? What's the longest line? Hang on, grab longest line. Because we want to see... Okay, so what we're going to do is we'd say... cat rocky.txt enter word count, because then you want to count the words in each line. And then we want to do that for each one there. So we use, no, not word count. We need to check each line, so then that's, we count the spaces between each of these, I think. Fuck it, I'm Googling it. Like, at a certain level, once you have pipelines, just like, okay. Use symbol count. Okay. Find longest line grep. Oh yeah, it was a WC. It was WC. It was WC. WC. Remember, if you want to use regex, you have to say exclamation E as, sorry, hyphen E, as otherwise it will not work. So WC-L. That's the longest line. 285 characters. I imagine it's probably one of these guys. And then you can then go directly into... Oh, use replacement. Oh, okay. Okay, so what you can do here is you can replace this stuff. Okay, yeah, that will work for finding ones that are of that size. But if we instead do this is kind of cooked, but this will work. All right, so what we're gonna do here is gonna place in like this. And we say starts with this. Starts all with double quotes. Yeah, cooked is fucked, by the way. It's a Australian way of saying fucked up. Alright. egrep -n. I believe so. Yeah, this'll work. This'll work. There it is. This is the longest password. Playing tango. They've pasted a bunch of HTML into the page. This is the longest password. Nice. It's just a bunch of HTML. That's awesome. HTTP musiclive.net. Oh yeah, Rocky was a social media platform. So the reason why we have Rocky.txt is because Rocky the platform gets all these passwords in plain text. And so Rocky.txt is all of their passwords that are in the data breach. Yeah. Needless to say, they didn't survive. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can bookmark this page. I guess you can bookmark this page. But yeah, if you want to wear, so the Rocky platform. It's not just like a random name for this. They developed widgets for MySpace. They developed widgets for MySpace and implemented applications for various social networks and Facebook. Since 2014, it is engaged primarily in the purchase of the rights to classic video games. It incorporates in-game ads and redistributes the games. Okay, I didn't know that actually. One of the first companies invited to participate in FA. Applications made for Facebook include Superwall, Hug Me, Likeness, Vampires, Slideshows, Birthdays. In December 2009, the experience of data breach resulted in the exposure of over 32 million user accounts. Yeesh. That's that one there. Not patching a 10-year-old SQL vulnerability. Ouch. They also failed to provide notification of the breach to users and miscommunicated the extent of the breach. That seems to be a very, very common thread. Anyways, that's the largest password. Ouch. Considering the time periods, this is probably not used in prepared statements. I don't think they would have been prepared. I think they were screaming and very worried. Yeah, here's an article from TechCrunch back then. Alright, this is TechCrunch. So earlier today, news for the social application of the data breach resulting search with 32 million users. To compound the severity, it was found that Rocky was storing all the user account data in plain text. They have yet to inform users of the breach. Their blog is eerily silent. But the details of the security breach are gone from bad to worse. Stick, there are still basically no consequence in the US for user data getting dumped. Yes. There's none in Australia either. Which is great. Hi Shark. Hello, welcome in. How are you? The first issue is that Rocky tend to downplay the entire incident, first by covering it up by not notifying users, then downplaying an official statement as being an issue that only affected older applications. Oh yeah, so they stored it for social... Oh my god. They stored it for MySpace passwords, they stored Facebook passwords. Oh god, that's bad. That's very bad. That's very bad. It wasn't just them, it was for other websites. Wait, where the fuck do they have that? Wait, why do they have that for other websites? Like, surely. Because if they're developing widgets for Facebook and MySpace, why the fuck would they have people's passwords for the platform? Because they weren't the platform itself, they were widgets for the... It's possible that maybe you had to log in again for the widget. And like you logged in through the widget maybe? That's what I'm gonna guess is the case here. Yep, SQL injection. They only enforce password of a minimal length of 5 characters. See, like this guy. This guy was covered. this guy was fine. Having the password be like just a bunch of fucking HTML, he was fine. Not allowing any punctuation at all. Okay, so that also cuts down like the way the brute force is on. Facebook was using man-in-the-middle attacks to transfer user data. This is done with their app. They had no choice. Holy shit. Yeesh. They're still storing passwords in the clear. Password anti-pattern. They prompted you. Right, yep, there it is. Rocky prompted users to enter their third-party site credentials directly into the Rocky site when sharing data in application. The Facebook integration requires proper Facebook authentication, and MySpace integration today applies similar techniques. For most of the other sites, the same old crazy password request form is still present. Right, so this is around the time period in 2009 when they started going away from, hey, log in through our widget to, hey, log in and we get a, like, token from Twitch, and as, like, they authorize it in their backend. You know those things where it's like, hey, would you like to let this application do this? Would you like to let this application do... Chrome. Trying to see. Or like a sign in through Gmail. Like if you sign in through Gmail today, they don't get your password. OpenID was created in 2007, still ends up. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Terrible response. It took a taunt from the hacker for the issue to become well known for Rocky issue response. Okay. The privacy policy and related security session state we can We cannot, however, ensure we're on the security of any information you transmit to Rocky, and you do so at your own risk. Okay, wait a second. Is this a standard thing? Is this like standard legalese, or is this like exceptionally bad? Like, this might be exceptionally bad. Once we receive a transmission of information, Rocky makes commercially reasonable efforts to ensure the security of our systems. However, please note that this is not a guarantee that such information may not be accessed, disclosed, altered, or destroyed by breach of any of our physical, technical, and managerial safeguards. If Rocky learns of the security system breach, we may attempt to notify you. We may attempt. They also may not. They may post a notice. Depending on where you live, you may have a legal right. You may have a legal right. You should notify as user. Great. So if I'm breached with my password in clear text, I should also send you my address information. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Yeah, this sounds like 2000s boilerplate. Man. Well, that was impressive. We may sell your data to Chinese gangsters. We don't know. Depends how much money we can get. This is 2009. So they did this in 2009. Yeah. I think we've gone over like a decent amount of topics today. Kind of vectors, all this stuff. Hippie. Man, the internet used to be very simple. Back in 1977, ARPANET. Yeah, one computer per location. Let's show you what a PDP-10 looked like. Here's a PDP-10. What a simpler time. Yeah, this is essentially the internet's purest form. I want to say, like, let's see, messages from ARPANET in the 70s. I want to see if there's any preserved. In the 1970s, email was special. I would like to say, do we have any, like, archives? Archives from ARPANET. Wait, okay. Here is a tape printout of an email. Here is a tape printout of an email. This is on fucking printer paper. Message, 153 characters. 15th of November, 1976. From Feigenbaum. You're being off next Friday. To Tainai. No problem. I'll probably be away anyway. Incredible. So yeah, this is when you were able to send an image and you arrive at one computer, because that's all that could fucking fit in that room. Yeah. I am curious. Let's say PDP-10 assembler. I'm gonna assume there's like a lot of tape and shit involved in this. Let's see. So the machine language. Do we have any videos on this? Enjoying these hack and deep dives. Just let me run through Hack 101 myself. I'm glad. If I can also inspire people to learn some stuff, that's good. Because yeah, remember, always learn things. I don't know that much, but every day I find out something new, and that makes me happy. And it stops my brain from decaying, which is a real concern. The minute you stop using it, you lose it. Let's see. Here we go. Program a PDP. This is a PDP 11.
I'm going to enter a tiny program in through the front panel of this
Here you go.
PIDP 11
There's no prologue.
replica computer system.
I didn't use prologue very much,
The program is incredibly simple.
but yes.
Essentially, it's going to move one to
Oh, here it is. Okay, so there's moves, adds,
A,
halts.
add one to A, and then halt. And then we'll go in and take a look at A right there and see what the value is.
Oh, there's a PDP/11 and a PDP-11.
So this video-
Okay, wait. PDP/11. Ah, okay, so there's multiple versions of it. Oh, wait, no, there's PDP-11. That's just a spelling mistake. Aha, so there's a smaller version. Interesting.
video is really covering how to get the program entered and run. To start with, the RTE monitor is running. That's why the lights are flashing. So our first step is to
Where are the subtitles?
halt that. And then we want to put this in at address 1000.
Oh, this is an emulator. Okay.
So we're going to do a 1,
Oh, it's written in
0,
octal.
0, 0, and then press load address. And then you'll see in the address register it's 1, 0, 0, 0. So now we're ready to begin entering
Interesting.
the
Because hexadecimal was later, wasn't it? Wait.
assembler
When
or
was
the
hexadecimal?
instructions, machine instructions. So I'm going to be entering
No, it
those three
wasn't. That
numbers.
was 1850. Wait, hexadecimal was 1850. Okay, I didn't even know this. Hexadecimal was 1859 with John Nystrom. Before any computers. Before any electronic computers. Impressive. That's really cool. Like it was first used 19 okay, when was hexadecimal used for computers? Curious, when was the actual first one? So they're saying 1954. Adopted in 1950s as 8 bits became the standard instead of octal. Yeah, I propose we make a base 16 system. Why? I was really fucking high on book glue. Prior to the IBM 360 in 1964, most computers had 12, 18, and 36-bit word lengths. All divisible by 3, which is easily translated to octal digits. Right, okay. So that's why they used octal so much. 12, 18, 36 bits. Now we have base 16, which is easily divisible by 2 for binary. And also divisible by 8s for hex. Book on the pages. Yeah, just easy. The original version of Oregon Trails for HP 2100. Ooh. Is that some sort of brainwave? Well, it was like there was definitely like a lot of book glue and like fungus in books that caused hallucinations. Interesting. So the IBM 360. That was like the most common one that had hexadecimal. That was 1964. So considering the PDP
3
10,
numbers, that number.
it took about like 10 plus
That's the
years for it to be
instructions and the
spread around a
data.
bit more. Makes
All right,
sense.
so the first thing I have to enter is octal
Can we do like
012767.
online PDP 11?
So that's O 1.
Oh, there's a JavaScript version. Oh fuck, we can do this too. Wait, this is sick. Wait, this is so cool. Okay, so there's like an actual PDP 11. Zork was the PDP 10. Right, yeah, okay, I remember that Zork was like one of the really early ones. Once open a book, there was isopods inside. Oof. Okay, so I haven't actually used one of these before. I'm not that old before you go into this. Fuck. I'm gonna oh, okay, the bits are going up. So what is happening? So I assume this is going to be each of here. Each one of these is an octal digit. Because remember, octal is base 8. This is the 1, the next one, so on and so forth. So if you have all ones here, that's 8. So 1, 2, 4, etc., 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 etc. It is currently counting. I think, yeah, it seems to be like +1. It's going up by 1 every time. Display register. Bus register, data pass. The FPP CPU, the bus register, and the display register. Oh, good night, Rex. Have a good sleep. Paper tape reader file. Interesting. Okay, switch ones are booted from Arco 5. You should boot Unix. Okay, this is very fascinating. This is very cool. How will we get this to work? So, boot user on Unix, then log in with root. So if you say RK0. So how do we log in as RK0? The switch commands are booting from RK5 with the value address 1002. It's like the unit number. Oh, okay, so it's whatever the value is in 1002 determines what we load in. Interesting. Okay, so 1002. 02 for RK1, 040 for RK2. So RK5 would be... Okay, so 1 is 2, 4... So 2 is 1, 4 is 2, 6 is 3, 1, 0 is 4, 1, 2 would be RK5. So if we take all of this and do 1, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, that would boot RK0, RK5 for RT11. RK0 is Unix V5. This is why computers were difficult. Because there's a lot of maths and stuff you have to write down and keep track of. Ugh. Is it just me who can't overcome learning to count from 1 at early age? Can't learn to make mistakes to indexing starting at 0? No, like I think counting is difficult. But if you can count from 0, then you're pretty good on computers. To restart the initial boot code, use the switch commands. Halt, 1200, load address, enable start. So, halt. No. Help. Boot. Boot RK. There's an add symbol. Is this where you type in like root? Help. Ah, shit. Reset it. Reset it. Oh, there's kernel 1, super 1, user 1, kernel D, super D, user D, cons phi, prog phi. I haven't actually ever used a PDP-11, so this is really cool to like fiddle around with. Power lock off. Ah, okay. So reboot. So say boot RK0. What's that? Help. Shit. I think we didn't do that correctly. That didn't go correctly. This computer's older than you probably. Most likely, yes. Yeah, everything was done on punch cards. So remember, is that the reason they were called like bugs is because they would find bugs literally on the electrical lines dead. And they'd have to debug and take them off the dead electrical lines. Like, moth on electrical line. Computer. Yeah, this is the first computer bug. The first computer bug was just literally a moth in the relay panel. And they're called patches because when you had like code on punch cards. So let's say PDP-11 code on punch cards. Yeah, so here's Douglas Jones's collection of punch cards. Wait, okay, it seems like the PDP-11 might not have had explicit punch cards, but there is ones for the IBM machines. The IBM 701, so whenever you would make a mistake putting values into this, they would be called patches because you would have to patch over the accidental holes you left in the punch card. Hey. So like if you accidentally cut out like say a 7 instead of an 8, you put a little bit of tape over that. You literally patch the hole. And that's how you fix software, if there's a glitch in it. Yippee. I just imagine patches like the bat as a hole in a patch. That's literally what it was. So if you see a patched punch card, here's what that looks like. These are software patches. We call it tape because it might be. Some of them might be like sticky tape. Some of them might be cloth tape. It's a patch you put over it. Hey. So this is software. Again, it doesn't look like software very much, but they've just like a healthy AAA video game. They've got patches everywhere. This is your day one release. So yeah, it's super cool. I need to stretch. Ooh. It was kind of warm, wasn't soft. It could be firm. It could be tied where. Alright, I need to grab some water. I'm gonna leave in the BRB screen for a second. While I just go get a little bit of water. Maybe a snack. And then we'll decide what to do for the next little bit. I hope you enjoyed this like little rant though. Hey, this is a very fun rant on that front. We'll still be going afterwards, by the way. But yeah, that was like a quick little like Kali Linux thing. And hey, I'm not sure if I'm happy or not that I've not seen this era of computing. Well, like John Carmack even has told stories of like having to deliver punch cards and take them back on his bike in like a big box. Maybe a shower. I had a shower before stream. I had a shower right before. Don't worry. Just you wait. Alright. Let's put on some nice little music. I'll take a very quick break, and then we'll choose what to do.
Out! Oh gosh,
of a game without paying? Come on, guys! I thought you knew better. Don't copy that floppy.
Wait a minute. Who the heck are you anyway?
Yeah, and what are you doing on our computer?
I'm your MC, double death. DP, that's the disc protector for you and the posse. That's the artists, writers, designers, and programmers that work up the images for games and grammar that let you learn, but also play the game you came here for today. love the games, and that's alright to do, because the posse who makes them, they love them too. But if you start stealing, there's no more they can do.
But I just wanted to make one copy.
You say, I'll just make a copy for me and a friend. Then he'll make one and she'll make one, and where will it end? One leads to another, then 10, then more. And no one buys any discs from the store. So no one gets paid and they can't make more. The posse breaks up and that closes the stores. Don't copy that floppy. So let me break this down for you. No Carmen, San Diego, no more Oregon Trail. Tetris and the others, they're all gonna fail. Not because we want it, but because you're just taking it. Disrespecting all the folks who are making it. The more you take, the less there will be. The discs become fewer, the games fall away. The screen starts to shrink and then it will fade. Programs fall through a black hole in space. The computer world becomes bleak and stark. Loses its life and the screen goes to dark. Welcome to the end of the computer age. But I'm much too strong and you're much too smart to let that happen to your chances to explore parts of the new age just behind the doors of your minds. You're the posse of the future and you hold in your brains things never thought of before. And in time, you'll teach us so much more. That's why I'm here and what I'm fighting for. Don't copy that floppy. Now let me introduce you to some of the team. They'll explain a little more about what I mean.
The game I just finished working on is called Neverwinter Nights, and it's an online version of a Dungeons & Dragons game. Different people around the country can sit at their computers and play this game together. A team of people will contribute different parts. The graphics people will do the pictures, the sound people will do the sound or the sound effects or the music that you hear, and the programmer actually ties all that together to make the complete game.
By the time you add up all the people that are involved in creating an application, you'll end up with as many as 20 or 30 people.
It's fun work, it's challenging work. I get a thrill out of seeing something actually working, something that I put together. And when it actually starts to work, you may hear me yelling down the hall, it's working, it's working.
They're great at
Alright, I hope you enjoyed that little, I guess I call it edutainment. Because again, a lot of this stuff, especially the security things, again, I'm going to repeat the disclaimer because I want to keep making sure people understand, is that a lot of this is stuff I'm finding out for the first time as well recently. As again, security is not my specialty. And so I'm finding out stuff that a lot of you are as well for the first time. It's fun. And these streams, again, are free-flowing yaps. So it's like collecting little bits of trivia and tidbits. It's nothing too ridiculously in-depth unless I rant about something. And again, I am wrong quite a lot. So please, let me know if I am making a mistake. Yeah. That was fun, though. What do you specialize in? Your mum. But no. I don't really have a specialty. I don't really have a specialty. I never really feel like I specialized in anything. It's I kind of did a little bit of everything. Which is always that's always the way that ends up happening if you're kind of okay, I don't feel a particular attachment to any one singular thing. I want to do too much. And so you end up being okay, damn it. Well, I know a lot of little things, but not a lot. My mum's a computer, like a Karen from SpongeBob. But yeah, remember, keep trying to learn stuff. And again, I hope you enjoy these streams. I'll repeat the disclaimer one last time. All of this stuff is not meant to be an official lecture. A lot of time, I'm showing you the websites that we find this information from, the ARPANET map. A lot of the again, this is Wikipedia. This isn't some in-depth research. There's no super in-depth research here. This is bits of stuff that I know because this is not prepared. Again, this is not a prepared lecture. This is publicly available knowledge that you too can figure out. If I can do it, you can do it. I just kind of like collect it together. I'm like a pack rat. I'm like a little like a kleptomaniac for random like factoids of silly things. If I get hacked and blame you, thank you. Official shark lecture win. They take a lot of time. Like the reason why Cleo doesn't do a lecture every week is because they take a ridiculously long time. Because if you're presenting something that's more official, right? Like if you have a burden of proof. So, lectures. The difference between like edutainment versus a lecture are that this one, I fucking misspelled that. I can't believe I misspelled that. This one again has more of a rigorous standard behind it. This has standard. She put out the schizo board. This is not a schizo board. This is just MS Paint. This is just MS Paint. So edutainment versus, like, again, a lecture means that a lecture has standards. Not to say the stream has no standards, but the standards are very low. So that means all of this is, again, here, on the fly, and it is often not rigorous. There are mistakes, and it can't be very in-depth simply because, well, I need to do research on that. Yeah, so if I'm doing a lecture, it has to have standard, it has to be researched, and I have to be confident in what I'm saying. And the fact is that this is interesting. I'm glad you think so. Hey. But yeah, make no mistake. I don't do lectures on stream. I want to be very clear that implies a standard that I'm not willing to put like a badge on. These are ramblings. Marco's stream is yapping. These are ramblings. I will just think of something and then immediately be like, oh, let's grab something on that. I don't have like a list like lecture planned out. I don't have like sources. Oftentimes it's like, okay, I want to talk about this thing. So I'm going to just quickly go beep, 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 beep. Here it is. Here's the information. And then I'm kind of like stringing together ideas from this. But yeah, if it sounds like I'm talking about something I don't understand, sometimes it is the case. Like, and I'll try to admit that whenever I can. It's like, hey, I don't know much about this. Like security stuff, I know a loose collection of knowledge strung together from other things. But security is definitely not my forte. I'm still a beginner. I like it though. Like it's very interesting. Because I mean, every computer nerd at some point has thought, you know, that hacker stuff, that's kind of cool. My favorite Japanese. I also talk, except I'm wrong about all my topics. Same. Hey, if I don't have my homework, can I get a lecture? No. But yeah, if I do a lecture in the future, I want it to be well researched. I want to be confident and I do that. And I want it to have standards. I have an appropriate anecdote. Once I saw the Signal main dev guy comment their way of synchronizing Signal, that's the app with self-destructing messages and PGP, right? I come their way of synchronizing contact information, discovering who's on Signal and not was secure because they hash the phone numbers. That's bullshit, right? Phone numbers are trivially enumerable, so hashing is trivially reversible. Salting does not help. Okay, think about that for a second, because again, I'm not a mathematician, and security knowledge is limited. So if you had like a phone number, and you have a salt of information that changes it, well, like if it's part of the algorithm itself, the salt, then yeah, that you could just like enumerate it, right? But if it's like padding, then that would be changing the input text. Look up key stretching. Okay, let's take a look at that. Key stretching. Oh, interesting. All right, so Zedzal could send in this one, key stretching. One method to use a stronger type of encryption uses weak keys to send through multiple processes. I'm going to hash the password and then hash the hash of the password and hash the hash of the hash of the password and so on. It's called key stretching or key strengthening. Okay. Neat. There's a video here from Professor Messer. Hashes are definitely reversal the input is predictable. Yep. Okay.
When we're implementing encryption in our applications, we may find that the encryption method in use is using some very short keys. And as we are aware, shorter keys generally...
You see, again, this guy is reliable because he's actually presenting this as a lecture and a course. Again, these streams do not provide you with a degree. There is no promise of a degree here. This is just an insane woman's ramblings. That's primarily it. This guy is backing the words he says, and yeah, he's wearing glasses. He has authority. Mine, crooked.
really mean a more weaker form of encryption. One way to use a stronger type of encryption using this weak key is to send it through multiple processes. So you might hash a password and then hash the hash of the password and then hash the hash of the password and so on. This is called key stretching or key strengthening. This means that they would have to spend much more time performing their brute force, even though the key was relatively small to begin with. If you're an application developer, there's no need to write your own code to perform this key stretching. There are a number of libraries that will already do.
What are you an authority on? See, that's the thing that I guess like imposter syndrome comes as well, is that I don't really feel like I'm an authority on anything. Like I've been doing programming for quite a while now. I have taught, I have done lectures, I have helped make courses, I have worked jobs with software, I've done contracts, I've done freelancing, I've been in startups, I've been all sorts of, and also like the Twitch thing. And I'm still like, okay, I wouldn't call myself an authority on VTubing. I wouldn't call myself an authority on programming. I also wouldn't call myself an authority on theory. I wouldn't say I'm an authority on much of anything. Like I can do things sometimes. If you give me a bit of a head start, maybe some coffee. But yeah, like I would hesitate to call myself an authority. Because that implies that I have like specific, incredible knowledge on something. And I think it would be a lot of hubris to say that, like, you know, I'd be a bit up myself if I said I'm authority. Just kidding, Marco's a certified professional. Am I a certified, like, what makes me a certified professional? Is it just like having a certificate? Because like I have like at least, I think most people would have at least one certificate in something. Like all of you would probably be a certificate and like your year 4 gold star stickers. Yeah, like programming is huge. There's a lot of things. Like, is a programmer that works in web development an authority on web development? Is a programmer that works on backends an authority on backends? If you've worked in C++, say, any system in it for 10 years, does that make you an authority on C++ with a system? Yeah, I'm an authority on yapping. I'm really good at talking. Occasionally. Sometimes. I do slur my speech a little bit. I would like to be better at that. You know, someone at the forefront of security like worked at the NSA and they might not be considered an authority because they don't know what, say, Chinese state cybersecurity actors are doing. Yeah, like, and if you aren't like making the algorithms, even then I'd say you're probably not an authority.
If you're not an authority on yapping, I don't know who would be.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like when it's like, what are you an authority on? I would firmly say the answer is probably nothing. And I'd say a lot of people aren't authorities on anything. I'd say there are definitely people that are authorities. But I guess it depends. Yeah, just like on your definition of authority. And I guess self-confidence probably plays a part. What's your strength? I can't lift anything. I have lost a arm wrestling competition. A friendly competition against a child. I don't think I have much strength. If you like, you could probably play like the muscle in my arm as like a violin. It'd go like boing. Authority is a range. Lots of religion, security, lots of other practicalities. Yeah, like I would say that someone that like makes algorithms. I would say someone that, you know, has published a huge piece of software. I'd say someone that owns a company. Maybe they'd be authorities. Even then, owning a company doesn't necessarily mean you're an authority. Publishing software doesn't also make you an authority either. Is the reason she's not fully wearing that jacket is her arm strength? Maybe. Just like listen to my fucking... Ugh. My shoulder does not make good noises. Beard volume. Oh, true. The bigger the beard, the bigger the authority.
Do this for you. One good example is bcrypt. This will create hashes from passwords by going through multiple rounds of the blowfish cipher to make that original process much, much stronger. There's also a library which is the PBKDF2 or the password base.
I was gonna try and look at bcrypt off the string actually. The blowfish. Okay, what's the blowfish cipher? I say again. A lot of this is me finding out stuff on the fly. Again, these streams are intended to be taking you on a journey and like little tidbits like, isn't that neat? Like think like this. I'm like Miss Frizzle. I think that's the best comparison I can say. Is that I'm an authority on taking you on a trip in a magic school bus. One of you make it Eden. Maybe you don't learn anything. Maybe you're terrified the whole fucking time. But you'll see some cool shit sometimes. I think that's good. I think that's a good description. Let's see, Blowfish Cipher. A symmetric keyboard cipher by Bruce Schneier in 1993. It's an alternative DES encryption. Please let this be a normal field trip. Just you wait, little fucker. Shut up, callers. Okay, so Blurfish Cipher, let's see. How's the algorithm work? The amount of bits in a phone number account for all the word phone numbers account to pass in only like 4 or 5 characters. Doesn't matter how many rounds of hashing you're doing that. That's fair. Yeah, because like, oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point actually on the phone number thing. Okay, so I think what all Late is saying is when it comes to phone numbers, you could store them, so say, phone numbers. You could store them where, say, or like Australia uses 04. 0499999999. If you were to store each of these as one ASCII character, that is 10. But instead, it's saying that you could store them in individual bits instead. Yeah. God, my brain is so slow. Okay, so it's storing it in another representation. So let's say instead of storing it like this, I guess you could have like access one digit. Oh, yeah, you could probably do, maybe, again, this is me figuring out as well. I don't know how to do this, but this is just based on what they said. So if you said 0x0499999999, each of these would be, yeah, 5 characters, 5 bytes of information. And then you can then map these into ASCII. So where this would be 04, that would be, it would be ASCII, but it'd be a control character. I think that's like, that's one of the enters, I think. Hang on. ASCII table. So you would be able to do this with hashes. And so, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So phone numbers would be very easily cracked, because all they can represent is like 10 digits normally. If you put them in hexadecimal and convert them into byte values, you could crack them a lot faster. That's BCD. Oh, yep. Again, getting this into the, oh yeah, because hexadecimal only goes up to 7F. Hmm. 555 is a US movie area code. Never use the actual area code. Oh, that's why they do 555. Okay. Because, you know, I have no idea what American phone numbers actually look like. Like, I know in America they do, like, the round braces around some phone numbers. In Australia, we don't have that. We have, like, the block of 4, these ones, then 3, then 3. Sometimes 02 instead of 04. And our global code is, like, +61. They start with the USA number. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Huh. Interesting. So I guess, yeah, you could fit this in like 5 characters of information. Maybe not necessarily like printable ASCII, but you could fit them into, at the very least, like 5 bytes. If you like pack them together. Goes rid of people in the way. Every hexadecimal digit, each of these ones goes from 0x0 to 0xf. This is 4 bits of information. 0 to 15. My f is 15. So you're able to store each of these where each 4 bits is 1 digit. Yeah, 04 is mobiles too, because 02 is landlines. Call 1-800-GANGSTER. Probably could. Snoop Dogg would pick up. Anyways, okay, back to the guy that talks about things. Where was it? Where was the video?
Based key derivation function 2. It's part of the RSA public key cryptography standards, and it can also help strengthen or stretch your keys.
Okay, I was hoping that was gonna be a demonstration, but that's still good information. So key stretching. Yeah, tend to swap saints. Yeah. So idea of a Tesla calling old wait, really? Hang on. Cybertruck recall. Oh shit. Faulty accelerator pedal. Means if there's a faulty accelerator. That doesn't sound good. An accelerator pedal pad that could commonly get lodged in the interior trim. It could cause it to accelerate unintentionally. That sounds very bad. That's not good. Repair the accelerator pedal assembly at no charge. Owners will be notified through letters mailed to them in June. June? It's April. Who's completely flooring it? Have you have you been in like a car with someone that like it's a Tesla? Have you been in a car with someone that drives a Tesla? They really, really, really want to show off how fast it can go to the maximum speed. So they absolutely floor it. They absolutely floor. I've been in multiple Teslas with people like, hey, did you know about like this acceleration? I'm like, I do. It's like, you want to see it? I'm like, okay. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna die. We're just gonna die. It's time to die. It's cool, but yeah, like it shouldn't be a surprise, I guess, to me that people are just slamming the brake down. Imagine flying and then unable to unjam the accelerator. Yeah. That would not be good. That would suck. That would suck. Watch how fast my lawnmower can go. I feel like that was an interesting little tangent. We've gone through like 3 sheets today. We've talked about encryption stuff, we've learned about encryption stuff, we've learned about hashing and salting, rainbow tables, phone numbers being able to be stored in BCD format, so they're able to crack them in less bytes. We talked about lectures versus edutainment and how Mark was a specialist in yapping. And too unconfident to be able to say a specialist in anything else. Like, give me enough time, I could probably do anything. I'd scream and cry along the way and mess up a lot. I'd fail too. But I could probably do it. That's kind of my motto with everything. As that I can probably figure it out at some point. Until then, I'm a yapping specialist. Like, yeah, I mentioned before, Sterling, like, my last black programming job was, like, over 6 months ago. Simply because it fell. The entire company. It was an interesting time. A very interesting time. And a lot of stress. So I kind of didn't program at all. I just focused on streaming for like 6 months. I was like, alright. I'm gonna not do that for a little bit. Every day I feel like dying. Well, maybe you might want to change of pace. Like, I think if you're learning stuff every day, it's really good. But if you're kind of doing the same thing over and over again, it definitely doesn't feel good. Yeah. Posture check, good point. How do you stream coding? That wouldn't be very... Well, I probably could. Probably could. I do need to get my skills back up. Because, like, if you haven't done something for, like, 6 months, like, that PayPal script I did the other day was, like, the first thing in, like, ages. I do want to try, like, ChatGPT for some stuff, because as a templating tool, I know I talk really badly about ChatGPT a lot when it comes to, like, doing literally everything with it. But for finding out bits of information, again, LLMs are really, really good at that. It's just that you can't necessarily trust what they say all the time. It can help jog your memory really well, though. When was the last time you wrote prologue? That's a good fucking question. It has been years. At least, I want to say at least 3, definitely. Maybe more. 4, 5? So, it's been a while. It's been a long while. Okay, so prologue. Do I even fucking like remember how to write it? Because yeah, it was used for like really simple logic-based artificial intelligence. Because remember, artificial intelligence has been kind of, people joked about it being if statements, but especially with prologue, it's not really AI as you would consider like a autonomous, really cool AI. Here's some example programs. Let's go for prologue. Let's look at some examples. How's this website? Tutorials plain. You listen for one language, you know, you can't get that out of my head. Yeah, again, like, I've used it. It wasn't that great. It's just advanced algorithms, this pretty much. Like, from what I remember, it wasn't that insane. I'm trying to remember, was that the one that had like networking stuff in it? Which one had like all the networking? Which one had all the networking stuff? Shit. Because I remember there was one where it was very easy to do network and different. My memory is shit. It's not prologue. That was another one. It's a joke that every AI research paper became algorithms and get bored with it. I mean, in defense of AI stuff, most of the world is algorithms too. It's probably just like math stuff you kind of can't understand. Yeah, okay, so prologue is no... Yeah, it's okay, so it wasn't prologue then. Did I mix up the one I was fucking doing? Hang on. Do you think prologue was kind of... Do you list Paul? I was Paul, yeah. I have done Paul. Chump. Paul's nice for script stuff. I do like the syntax in Paul. So if you haven't seen Paul, Paul. It's really good text manipulation. You know the stuff we did in the command line before, with a bunch of like greps. Paul's really, really good at doing slightly more advanced stuff than Shell and organizing it better. Because remember, Shell scripts are a bit of a cunt when it comes to organization. You can add in like bash features, but it's sometimes better to just use their actual like proper scripting language. Yeah, chump. That helps get rid of extra like white space and new lines around some text. They use EQ instead of little equal signs and some stuff. You can just directly put in regex inside of there. The little equals tilde allows you to apply regex onto a variable. Pulls an advent of code is built on. Oh, I don't know that. I haven't done advent of code. The latest Perl versions are supposedly really nice. They're still updating Perl. Yeah, shell scripts are generally messy. Like, again, shell scripts are good when you want something quick and dirty. But they're not good when you want something like maintainable and, well, maintainable. That's kind of it, really. It's a massive pain in the ass. Perl kind of got succeeded by Python. Yeah, like, I think people give too much shit on Perl. That the funny camel programming language, I think people give way too much shit to it. Where's this background music from? Animal Crossing New Horizons, it says. Yeah, Perl is a real language. Whereas Shell is stringing together a bunch of system variables and system commands. Camel, yeah, because Perl's logo is a camel. Look at him. Okay. The O'Reilly covers and everything is something that's also pretty iconic. Perl is a programming language. That's very true. Perl is a programming language. This is Xenoblade. It says Animal Crossing. Then maybe the video fucked this up. I'm trying to find some examples of prologue. So there are languages that, like, if you go years without doing them, you kind of feel like I've written Haskell. I've written Haskell. I've done functional programming. I can't remember a single fucking thing. I know about monoids. I know that they exist. I can't remember what the fuck a monoid is. I have friends that are really, really into functional programming. And they swear by it, but of course, they don't use it in their job very much. I'm just like, you know what? It's probably really cool. It kind of hurts my brain, though. I think I might be too stupid for functional programming. Because, like, it's fun when it works, and the ability to, like, mathematically verify stuff is really awesome. It is awesome. But I also don't like math. I can still cope. Yeah, like if you give me enough like examples of stuff, I can very quickly get back into it. But I'm at the stage where it's like, haven't dabbled in like tons of little things. I was like, okay, what the fuck was the fuck is the syntax for a function in this one again? Wait, how do I use arrays in this one? Is arrays or lists? And I'm just like bouncing between everything. I'm like, Because think of like if you like speak like a language like, say like any language, or like Korean, German, Brazilian. I know it's Portuguese, I know. You will probably forget and be unable, like you'll hear like little bits and pieces. You'll be like, right, that word means something. But unless you keep using the language and keep like staying up to date on it, you will probably lose it. You can get back up to speed quickly, but you probably lose it. Like I learned Japanese to a beginner level, and I'm back at the start. I'm back at the start of not remembering shit. I could say a basic sentence from a list of templates before. I've forgotten the templates. I also still mess up katakana and hiragana again. So yeah, many skills. Use it or lose it. I don't feel coding language is equatable to real languages. I mean, they're equatable. It's like whether or not they're really similar. Like you can compare them at least. They may not be equal, but like you can compare them. I don't think any of your programming languages are no mascots. Well, there's Ruby that has a giant fucking Ruby. There's C++ and the deceased or Beast Rat Keith. He's still my favorite. He's still my favorite. Right, Go had the weird fucking chipmunk thing. Like the Cartoon Network chipmunk. I've never written Go. I don't know any Go. I thought this was like someone's profile picture. I thought this was like someone's profile picture. It's a gopher? Go, gopher. That makes sense. That makes sense. I thought this was their profile picture. Because someone would be like, hey, here's this Go. I wrote this in Go, and I was like, damn. What anime is that? Is that from like a Cartoon Network show? When they said Go, I thought it was like, oh, it's like the Teen Titans Go art style. I thought it was like Teen Titans. Because I saw that on Cartoon Network, I was like, oh, it must be like this. I didn't realize it was like the actual official mascot until like much later. Haku. What is Haku? Haku mascot. I'm gonna have to... Is it Haku programming language? Is that a language? A Japanese programming language. Wait. Wait, is this it? Oh, you misspelled it. It's Raku. I was very... Okay. But there is a language called Hacker. It converts into Raku. Haku is Japanese that converts to Raku. It uses a little This is kind of cool, actually. I guess this is the Wii version of Raku. Use V6, use Haku affiliates, sub mange. Okay, so show as print, sub as subroutines. You can write them vertically. You can write them vertically. That's cool. I mean, it's very weavy. Wasureru. What Wasureru? Haku is implemented in Raku. Oh, grammar is right. Okay, yeah. So parsing is really cool for a lot of compile stuff. Because you have to break things down to tokens. And there's tons of rules. Like, maybe a Java compiler. Eh. What's yapping without yapping together? Very true. Yeah, that's how you can string together a bunch of stuff to make these. Int, bool, and characters. Wait, bull. Wait, see. Didn't C not have bulls? Like, I swear bull was like a... Hang on, bull was like a later thing, wasn't it? Like, I know C++ has it. Alright, my posture's standing up. C bull. Oh, it's in Istanbul, right. C99, yep. Yeah, it's C99 in the Istanbul library. Yep. Okay, this is a C99 version, which I mean makes sense because, yeah. In C, the bool data type is not a built-in data type. The C99 standard supports bool variables. Yep. Yeah, type specifiers, IDs, it defines all these up here. Nobody uses them and say, yeah. Like, I remember, like, if you use C++, it's full of bull. But mostly people use, like, int or character instead. Maybe a short. Yeah, bullshit. Man. Math. That's kind of cool that, like, you can break down the entire language into rules like this. Like, a program is made of decorative lists. A decorative list is made of a decorative list which has declarations. Oh, sorry, it's either the list with another decal or a decal on its own. A decal is a var decal or a function decal. A var decal is a type spec and then a variable declaration list and a semicolon. Back as an orphan was the expression. CFG is a more abstract computational power of the thing. Yeah, so context-free grammars. It's been a while since I've done, like, compiler stuff. Context-free grammars. Let's see, versus context-free grammar versus back as no form. I want to tackle you. Okay, so context-free grammar is a quadruple V sigma RS. Context-free grammar is a type of formal language. Back to know it's a specification language for this type of grammar. Right, okay. Okay, so this is getting into technicalities. It's basically automate with stack memory that you can only access top of. What? Context-free grammar is basically automate with stack memory that you can only access top of. What? You have single stack of memory where you can push things, but you can only access the top. Automata. Oh, okay. Right, okay. Suppose stack of memory you can push and pop. Gotcha. Like a stack is meant to be pushed and popped anyway. Like that's the point of a stack. You get first in. Well, last in, first out. See, whenever I have to yap about stuff like this, my brain starts going extremely into overdrive, and I get very tired. Explain to you of how it works in case you don't know or remember. Okay, if I ever forget how a stack works, please kill me. If I ever forget what an array is or a stack, please kill me. Because that's probably dementia. Like, I can forget how to do very specific definition. I can forget templates in C++. I hope to God I forget templates in C++. But if I forget a stack, just kill me. It's time. I think Cypress is trying to describe a shift reduce parser. Okay, so a specific thing then. Man. Okay, so someone said like the Raku mascot. That was what this tangent was originally for. Raku mascot. The mascot is Camellia the Raku bug. It's a nod to the camel mascot. And it's a pun on software bug. Cute. Jeez, put you in a home where you forget linked lists. Okay, thankfully I still remember linked lists. You have one list that has a pointer to the next one, as well as the data inside of it. There are double linked lists that have pointers to previous ones. The head of the list is the very first element. To access the tail, you have to traverse the end of the list up to the end. Yeah. Let's not get into AVL trees. Let's do a red-black tree. Explain PHP. I genuinely cannot remember the last time I touched PHP. I cannot remember the last time I touched PHP. AVL trees are the devil. They're not that bad. It's just that they're kind of a cunt. Like, especially, you need like assistance to balance them properly. Because there's left rotations, right rotations, a left rotation, a left right rotation, a left right left. And they all like change the definition of these depending on which fucking technicality you're on. Because again, like, that's the bullshit with trees, is that no one can agree on the exact definition. Everyone has like a different fucking, you look at some of the research stuff, you look at the implementation, it's like, is this a left rotation or right rotation or left right or a right left? You're just like, pushdown automata is automata capable of processing context-free grammar. It's easier to understand than the definitional language. Let's take a look at pushdown automata. What's this? What are you showing me? Okay. The website does not scale very well. This is the most zoomed in it can get. Ouch. Non-deterministic finite state machines. Wait, non-deterministic? I might be behind on my state machine knowledge. Why would it be non-deterministic? Because shouldn't it, if you know the state of the machine, it shouldn't do random shit. I mean, you can't actually implement it. Yeah, because why is it not? Finite state machines augmented with additional memory. Don't worry about non. Okay. Don't worry about non-determinism. Okay, so this is just a representation. This isn't actually how it's meant to be implemented. This is just like a visual representation for people. Interface always gets right. Oh, okay. Where the term pushdown is used, its elements are pushed down onto the stack. Right, okay. They're computational models, theoretical computer-like machines that can do more than the finite state machine, but less than a Turing machine. Okay. Pushdown automata accept context-free languages, which include the set of regular languages. The language that describes strings and matching parentheses is a context-free language. Say the program is written some code. In order for the code to be valid, any parentheses must be matched. When we do this, we either feed the code until push down. Oh, okay. So this is where you push down each of the parentheses, and then you pop off, and you should have the same amount. The stack should be empty by the end of it if you push down all of the closing parentheses. Sorry, if you pop off whenever you see a closing parenthesis. Right. If the code is valid in all parentheses and matched, the push-down automaton will accept the code. If there are unbalanced parentheses, the push-down automaton will be able to return to the programmer that the code is not valid. This is one of the more theoretical ideas behind computer parsers and compilers. They can give someone think about parser design in any area where context programs are used. Right, okay. So, based off of that, then that would mean, then it's like this. Say we have a line like this. Ah. Beat. Say. Dunk. And then, dunk, dunk. This is a C. Oh god, I hate fucking using C in parentheses. Like I can focus on killing bugs. Oh, Angelic Helldivers. Thank you for the interesting thing. So then this one. Wait, is this a parenthesis or is this a backwards C? This is why you should just use square braces. This is why you should just use square braces. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. I think it's a parenthesis. I think this is a parenthesis. Yes, this is the right amount. This is the right amount. Okay, so the way you do this in a stack is when you run into these, you're like, okay. Push. Here, 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 here. And then you would do pop here. And so now you're having a stack. This, this, this. You pop off that one from here. So just go pop. And then you run into this one. So now you push on another one back in its place. And then you run into these ones. You go pop, 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 pop. And if the stack is empty, you would know that it is a valid matched parentheses in your string. Gotcha. And this should work for other types as well. This should work for other types as well. I like how you write your things like, I know, I'm sorry. I gotta make him like a long banana. So I gotta start doing like this instead of like this. Did she draw a pee-pee? No, this is pop. It says pop. Here's list for replace all the parentheses with square brackets. I mean, you probably could. Look, my handwriting is less than stellar. A monad is a monoid in the category of Okay, Haskell, I remember literally nothing except reading monad and being like, what the fuck is a monad? Okay, if you haven't seen Haskell, I think I've forgotten entirely, but here is a Haskell wiki. All about monads. There's a lot of information on this. Oh, enjoy your meeting. Thanks for coming. Ak. Sin. If you're approaching Haskell monads a little nervously, that's understandable. You've probably heard that monads are very powerful code structuring techniques. Words like data are a type of common sense meanings. With monad, you may have heard of it the first and only from looking at Haskell. Very true. The history of the word will not relieve your confusion. It enters English from ancient Greek. Okay, we get clear to help here. But it can mean almost everything. Then it comes in again later from Leibniz, for whom it meant almost nothing. Neither philosophical sense will help you. Okay, so neither of these, none of this will help you. Nor mathematicians running to your rescue. Consider the introduction to the definition of monad in category theory. It could pound the last nail in the coffin of your ambition to understand what monad means in Haskell. A monad is an endofunctor, a functor mapping a category to itself. Again, Haskell is not my strong suit. It's been ages since I've done Haskell. All I remember is that you had like the one string of data, and having side effects was very undesired. Printing is a side effect. Standard input-output is a side effect. You ideally want a pure mathematical function that goes from one line of thinking, from the start to the end. That's the ideal. Unfortunately, the real world exists, and you can't do every program as one line of thinking without any side effects very easily. Like, you can do some stuff, but... Unless... admit it. Unless you're fresh from studying algebra, you just died a little inside. Yes. All of this is a pep talk. All of this is a pep talk. It's like, don't worry, you're gonna be very confused. This is very confusing. They said, but what does it mean? Well, actually, this isn't useful at all. But what does it mean? Well, actually, this isn't useful at all. Monad sounds forbiddingly mathematico-philosophical. Again, this is the Haskell wiki. Simon Peyton Jones, he put them in F sharp, they're called workflows. A term you deem very sensible. It's a way to describe how things get done. Admittedly, very simple monads like maybe don't have much work to flow in the first place. Right, those maybes. Yeah, the article is yapping. Monads like list have a little more, as do other most other monads, predefined for you. As much as anything, monads are strategies to solve current problems that occur often, regardless of what you're writing. In this sense, the concept of monad resembles something called cross-cutting concerns in software engineering. The list solves a common problem. You have a very basic collection of items of the same type, with some easy to understand behavior and performance characteristics. Then there's the maybe type, which rescues you from having to write lots of null pointer checks, or else debug code that doesn't have lots of them. And IO makes it possible to interact with the program at all. Yes, like, again, most programs you're gonna need to interact with it at some point, or else it's not very useful. Monads help make strategies composable. Fucking Christ. See, this is why I never liked Haskell, because every single bit of documentation is written like this. All of it. It's all pretentious and makes me feel bad. All of it. I'm stupid. Just... In Haskell, typing out rescues from this code ensure from the garbage in garbage out errors that arise if the format checking code is incorrect. In short, a monad is a way to structure computation in terms of values and sequences of computations using type values. Right, okay, so all this is to say is that it's a custom data type that can help with maybe here, over this way. Maybe is either nothing or just the thing. Yeah, like, all of this is useless. All of this text is useless. It's not even good, like, historically. Okay. If combined computation consists of one computation B that depends on the result of another computation A, then a combined computation should yield nothing whenever A or B yield nothing. Or we can either say derives equals and ord. Is that ordinance or fuck? What the fuck was ord? But yeah, this is the way to define a custom data type where it's either nothing or the thing. Again, we have no idea what the point of this is yet. Where the maybe value is nothing, it's a little like the 0-bit output from program shell pipeline. It doesn't break the pipe flow. Maybe get the nothing at the end of the pipe, but it's a nothing you should get and it's better than a broken pipe. What the fuck does that mean? What the f- Are you serious? Where the fuck does a monad come into this? The order classes, okay, order's ordered, okay. Yep. There are many different types of monads as there are strategies for combining computations. There are certain monads that are especially useful and are common enough that they are part of the standard Haskell 2010 libraries. These are described in part 2. Great. Sick. Why should I make the effort to understand monads? Wait, so not even like up to the... Oh my fucking The sheer number of different monad tutorials is a good indication of the difficulty many people have understanding the concept. This is due to the abstract nature of monads and to the fact they use interpretive capacities, which can confuse the picture of exactly what a monad is and what it's good for. I'm feeling very confused. I've learned this before, and I'm now more confused than I was when I just forgotten it for like 5 years. They play a central role in the input-output system. Okay, so they're the ones that allow side effects to happen. Now we get to the... What the fuck was this then? This is worse than my yapping in my streams. It is not essential to understand monads to do IO and Haskell. Exactly, thank you. See, someone doesn't like the streams. True. Understand the IO monad will improve your code and extend your capabilities. Why is there a pep talk? Like a little bit of pep talk, like having this at the top is good. Why is it after all this? When's the use of tools instruction for this is like a fucking recipe. This is like when it's like back in Bermuda in the 1962, my family made me this apple pie and this recipe is the greatest one, and after 7 years finally I can be laid to rest. By the way, it uses 2 cups of sugar, 3 teaspoons of cinnamon, and you put it in the oven for 20 minutes. It's like reading is this like SEO shit? Modularity. Allow computations to compose from simple computations and separate the combination strategy from the actual computations. Flexibility. Allow functional programs to be much more adaptable than equivalent programs running without monads. This is because monad distills the computational strategy in a single place instead of requiring it to be distributed through... Isolation. That's how I feel. They can be used to create imperative cell computational structures, which remain safely isolated from them. This is insane. Is this really the first fucking result? This is the first fucking result. What the fuck? See, this is why I don't like Haskell. Everyone's so pretentious. Everyone's way too pretentious. Okay. This is useful for incorporating side effects such as IO and state, which violates referential transparency into a pure functional language like Haskell. There it is. You could have said that. You could have said that. Okay, what's a monad? To understand monads, you need to be comfortable dealing with type constructors. Oh my god. A type constructor is a parameterized type definition used with polymorphic types. By supplying a type constructor with one or more types, you construct a new concrete type in Haskell. In the definition of maybe is a type constructor and nothing a data constructor is. You can construct a data value by applying just data constructor to a value. I am new here. Hi. Hello, welcome in. Are they paid? You can't. Okay, so. Yep. Yep. And saying you construct a type by applying the maybe constructed to a type. You've lost me already. All these words and you've lost me. Look up age. Colon. What the fuck was colon? DB string maybe int. Why is it DB string maybe int? Polymorphic types like containers. Is this like multiples? Can they be each 3 of these? But I thought this was... Oh no, this is this or this. Is this... Fuck. Yep. Maybe include is a maybe container holding an int value or nothing. Maybe string is a maybe container holding string value or nothing. This is the most clear explanation in the entire thing. Marco picked the ugliest shark. I'm gonna fucking eat you. You can't just say that. You can't just say Marco picked the ugliest shark. That's me. Just kidding? Okay. In Haskell, we also make the type container. Yep, maybe it makes it look like the code doesn't know what the fuck is happening. Like, is this China? Maybe. We can write MA to represent a container of some type holding a value of some type. I want to kill whoever made this language. This can hold something that holds maybe something. Who knows? You know what you call that in Python? You know what you call that in Python? A fucking list. Example, the polymorphic type maybe A is a type of all computations that may return a value or nothing. And this way, we can talk about the properties of the fucking Haskell. You get a message about kind errors. Kind errors. And maybe you're not using type constructors correctly. God forbid we don't use those correctly. It's not as if they told us how to do anything. Maybe a monad. Okay, here we go. After all of that, we finally reached monads. In Haskell, a monad is represented as a type constructor, call it M, a function that builds values of that type A to MA, and a function that combines values of that type with computation that produce values of that type to produce a new computation with values that I want to kill whoever made this. I want to... Alright, let me at him. Let me at him. Dude. Just let me at him. Please. A function that combines values of that type with computations that produce values of that type to produce a new computation for values of that type. Are you shitting me? Yeah, like Python. How do I print? Use the print function. Haskell. How do I print? Here's why you should never print anything. This is fucking War and Peace. The type of the contents of the container can change. It's customary to call the meta-type constructor M when discussing monads in general. The function that builds values of that type is usually called return, and the third function is known as bind, but is written, alright, the angle, the greater than, equal, fucking angle bracket, fucking... My brain is, you know how like yesterday we showed how tuna can cook itself. We showed that tuna is able to cook itself by exerting too much. My brain is currently on fire. I feel as though I've lost like 10 brain cells at least to heat. Alright, so the monad. Data MA. Return takes a value and embeds it in the monad. Bind is a function that combines a monad instance NA with a computation that produces another monad instance MB from A's to produce a new monad instance MB. So A goes into here, and MB comes out. So A gets changed by this function and produces B. That's it? The syntax is not very helpful. Holy shit. The monad type constructor defines the type of computation. The return function creates primitive values of computation type, and greater equal combines computation that type together to make more complex computation that type. Who the fuck wrote this? Who? This is negatively clear. This is just a function. It takes in information and produces out a result. Yo, well, obviously, greater than equal double colon MA right arrow parentheses A right arrow MB parentheses right arrow MB. This takes the value from the monad container and passes to a function, produces a monad container holding a new value, possibly of a different type. Okay, so let me get this straight. We've run out of bit of space, but essentially, let's save this one. Let's save this one. So, news of the press. Use before 2023. I will try and do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the news as part of the press. So what they're saying here is that if you put in a variable into this, you get out a different variable. Holy fuck, we've never found... This is a brand new concept. Are you shitting me? It took this long to say that you can it allows you to pass in data and if returned as a different type. Are you fucking serious? This will all become clearer as the example. Oh, you little cunt. If you feel particularly confused, you might try looking at this picture of monads. Hello, monads. Get a PhD in computer science. Throw it away. Functors apply a function to a wrapped value. Applicatives apply a wrapped function to a wrapped value. Monads apply a function that returns a wrapped value to a wrapped value. Monads have a function produced by to do this. Maybe is there. The context is here. Suppose half is a function that works only on even numbers. I'll zoom this in. Half x, if even x, then just x divided by 2, else nothing. Okay, so it's a function. It's a function. So half is a function that if it's even, divides by 2. So this will plunk out the wrapped value, which is going to be either just a number or nothing. If it tries to put in 3, it goes smunch, nothing. If you get 2, it will give you out 1. For the wrapped value, it dies because X is not right, because there's a different data type. There's a different data type. Because 3 is a number, it takes an X. This is not X, this is a container around X. That's makes sense. Here's a photo of that. Okay, so it's like a plunger. So this little bind one is a plunger. Just 3 binds to half to be nothing. Just 4 to half is just 2. Is that monad is another type class. It's a partial definition. And theta A and B and B. Well, this is this. Takes the monad, function returns a monad, returns a monad. Maybe it's a monad. Maybe will either be nothing or the value. If you try putting in nothing into the function, it will give you back nothing. If you try and put just the value into the function, it will give you the result of the function, the value. Yeah. Okay. Here's an actual in just 3. Bind unwraps the value. Feeds the unwrapped value into the function. Wrapped value comes out. Okay, so this is all based around having everything potentially able to go into everything. So that you can reuse your function for everything. So your half function is able to work with the thing that produces an entirely differently wrapped object that you didn't plan to be put into this function. Okay, so this saves us from having a function that's like, hey, if you're going to pass this one into the function, take this bit out of it. So in C, you would have, let's say we have a function int x. This needs to be an int. It has to be an int. So if you want to pass in a struct of a point, and this has an int x inside of it, you'd have to have that function with struct point, where this one then goes in and says function point.x. That's essentially what they've said, I think. This is like their equals. Instead of writing out an explicit different version of the function definition, you instead define how the data type is able to be escaped into and unwrapped from this object into just the data type that goes into here. Why is this better than writing it how you mean it? That's the bit where I'm stuck. It's like, okay, all this complicated stuff to say you can put multiple data types into the same function, and this one will group it out. If you pass in nothing, it's even simpler. Nothing goes in, nothing done, nothing comes out. It's like generics of the condition check, yeah. Okay, I will say, this is way better than all of the nothing this person said. Also change the equal, just 20 to half to half to half to nothing. Right, okay. So you grab out the 20 from this, you push it through the half, that returns a wrapped version there, then you go doop, 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 doop. Okay. All this is necessary because Haskell has the variants of polymorphic types that can be either nothing or something. So instead of having an if null check, it returns immediately if it's nothing, otherwise it goes into something. Holy shit. That took a lot, but I think... Okay, I think I remember it. This is why I don't do Haskell. The Dexter is cute though. Yeah, like, it's like the brain. Like, you can still live without knowing how your brain works. You don't tell your brain, like, okay, brain, tell the body to make more blood cells. It just kind of does that. Maybe as a functor, applicative, and a monad. The IO monad. GetLine takes no arguments, gets user input. So getLine is this, the IO string. Read file takes the string, returns that file's context. So contents. So string returns read file. Puts string line, takes a string and prints it. The diagrams help a lot. All three functions take a regular value and return a wrapped value. You can chain all of these using this. So get user input, smush into this one, smush into this one. Okay, and all of this is because Haskell uses extra types. Visual learner. I'm definitely more of a visual learner, but also that would imply that this is any learning. This person was not good at explaining things. Like, even if I wasn't a visual learner, I would not be learning with this. This is a lot easier to understand. A monad helps it smush between. Front row seats to the monad show. Haskell Red's syntactical sugar for monads called do. File name get line, contents read line. Okay, so you don't even need the. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Understood. Functors, right? Fmap, you're able to do the whole god, the angle bracket, dollars. Applicatives. I am curious. How much further does it go? We would represent the possibility of not having a mother or father. I hope this person's family situation is okay. I sense a theme. I hope they're alright. Also, look at this fucking scroll bar. What the fuck? Are you shitting me? This is examples? What the fuck? There's one solo problem. Dear fucking lord. List is also... I thought we like fucking... Are they an author of like a kid's fucking book now? Are they just like, did you know the list is also gay? List is also a monad. Cool. Good to know. Was List also in like the intro cutscene to the other game? We've seen the monads type constructor, a function called return, and a combination function called binder. This is like a Bible. This is like a fucking Bible. We have seen that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all one and the same, but separate differently. Yes. Yeah, like I've done functional programming with Haskell. I had to struggle through this once. This article is not good. This is not good. This one was great. This helped convey the idea. It was so incredibly easy that when you say this one, it just takes it out of the container and puts it into the function. That's what it does. Yeah, this is just what you do in a normal programming language that isn't functional. Reading is hard. A pitch just says 1,000 words, or in this instance, 100,000. I think, like, I like Haskell when it works well, but holy shit. This diagram is very clean. This is a good diagram. Like, this is a very good diagram. Ugh. Okay, that was monads. There it was. Holy shit. Put say into a phone or receive one of the... What? This was nice. This was a good one. Thank you, Adit IO. It's like you're having fun. Huh. Wait, grokking algorithms. Wait, this is why I like. Wait, this is a good book. I have this book. I have it beside me right now. That's why I like this explanation. I have this book. The author does a really, really great job at visual explanations. They're fantastic at this. That's why this is a great explanation. They're absolutely 10 out of 10 at visual explanations. Oh yeah, there's rats in the cover. Also, hi, Whiskey. Have a lovely stream. I hope you have a great day. I'll make sure to wake up early tomorrow for you. Speaking of which, I should probably start going to bed soon. Yeah, like, this is a great explanation. It's concise, it makes sense, it uses analogies. And at the end, it shows you, like, hey, this is all it does. It's nothing insane, this is what it does. You know, this one, it's like the... hang on. Here it is. Just... this one is so lovely, and this one... how do you write this and think, okay, I think if they reach this point, they might kind of understand it, but not yet, not fully. They don't get this one yet. One's in the real world. Okay, so everything you knew before this, everything before this, bullshit. You can't actually use it. Cool. Very cool. Dude, imagine trying to like learn this and like your lecturer gives you this. Christ. Oh my god. Defining the lifting function. What? What? I'm gonna have nightmares about this. I am gonna have nightmares about all of this. Holy shit. So like this stuff is nice. First, develop language to express logic. A var is a string. A value is a string. A predicate is a var value. Or it's equal to a var value. And a predicate predicate. Or a predicate predicate. Not predicate. Make clear read this. She would kill me. Okay. Right. Is not var value equals not is var value. True. Holy shit. I think this is... The Calatans are a tribe. Their females never make 2 consecutive true statements. Or 2 consecutive untrue statements. One day, he meets a Calatan heterosexual couple and their child Kibby. Worf asks Kibby, "Are you a boy?" The kid answers in Calatan, which of course Worf doesn't understand. Worf turns to the parents who know English. One of them says, Kibby said I'm a boy, the other says Kibby is a girl, Kibby lied. Solve for the sex of Kibby and the sex of each parent. How do we solve for how much sex you're having? And how many parents you have? I don't want to hear about your D&D race. I know. It's a mathematical brain teaser from 1970s. I know. But holy shit. Yeah, like this is the math stuff, is that you can use logic to say things here. Like, the men always tell the truth, but the women never make 2 consecutive true statements or 2 consecutive untrue statements. God. That was interesting. I think... Look, this book is great. This book is very nice. Like, Working Algorithms goes through and shows you a whole bunch of explanations for some algorithms. It'll help you learn stuff. You know, like, I'm a visual learner. I think Working Algorithms is very, very good. Yeah. Yippee. I recommend this book. If Kibby was a boy, Kibby couldn't lie. Yes. But if Kibby is a woman, so if Kibby is a girl, then that means that Kibby may be lying or may not be lying. You don't know which one is the dad and which one is the mom. For some reason. Maybe they're blind. No, because like the thing with this problem is He meets a couple. No, one of them says the other. It's one and the other. You have to find out what the parents' sex are and what the kids' sex are. Also, there may be sheep. Kiwi says they're a boy. You're saying that Canadians lie. No. They're saying that this one, they're saying that Kiwi lied. But if it's a woman, then apparently women are allowed to make one untrue statement. So, this could be a lie. They could be telling the truth. Or a lie. So this could be Kibi as a boy, and that they lied about Kibi lying. This is a cognito hazard. This is a full cognito hazard. This is fucked. Okay, so let's see, what's the result? It doesn't... It didn't print it. It doesn't let us know. I have to run Haskell now. Okay, well now I want to know. Okay, Haskell interpreter. Now we have to know what the answer is. I was like, there's gonna be one. Okay, tutorials online. Okay, we copy all this stuff. And then we copy all this stuff. How the fuck do I run it? Okay. Execute. Error. I hate whoever made this. I swear to God. What do you mean? What do you mean? Does it have to be up here? Oh God, it's... Oh my God, okay. Wait. No. Wait, yes? Do I have to... And then I copy all of this stuff. And then, I go here. And then I click execute. Unexpected do block. Whoever made this language, I have words. We have a lunch break yet. That sounds like a very good idea. That sounds like a very good idea. Are there duplicates here? There's not duplicates. Oh God, what if there's like... Hang on, unexpected duplexes, line 30. Do val 1, look up. Unexpected duplicate. Oh God, there's fucking enters, isn't there? Wait, no, is that good? Wait, why is this a compiler error? Enable block arguments. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Need the full thing. Yeah, let's go. Example 24. Example 24. Let's scroll all the way down. It goes back up. It goes back up. Cool. It's late. It's late. This is fun. This is fun. Here's a picture of a cat. It's late. I'm gonna be getting up early tomorrow. Oh, that's a video. Yeah. Yeah, it is. No game. Yeah. This is fun. This is fun. Remember, if you like these streams, join the Discord. And follow me on Twitter if you like these. I hope you like the apps. Went to some interesting places. We learned a lot of interesting things. We ranted about a lot of things. Well, so much more. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Please do your own research. You can find out anything you want to find out. And any of these streams are not supplementary for an actual education. This is edutainment. This is not a low research lecture. This is the incoherent ramblings of essentially someone experiencing brain death. I hope you enjoyed this. Let's see, who's up? Who's up? Oh, what the fuck? Pip is on. Huh. Oh. Ow. Yeesh. Okay. It's late. That was fun. Yippee. I hope you enjoyed this. Let's raid. Well, everyone's telling Pippa to go to bed, so she should be ending soon then. There's Rose Doodle, there's... Oh, sorry! She's been out of whiles. Besides been out of whiles, she had a new model. And there's Whiskey. Wait, Whiskey's live. Sure, let's try Whiskey. Let's try Whiskey. Just pumped up. Enjoy Whiskey. She's a great friend. I've got lots of stuff I can look at off the stream and figure out some things. I got lots of new information. And tomorrow, I'm gonna look at some more stuff. Thank you for the suggestions. Again, if you have any suggestions for things you'd like me to show on stream, or learn myself, please pop them in Discord. I am hungry for knowledge. I will eat your brain. Good night. Have a good sleep. I will see you tomorrow. Yippee. Answer a red brain message. Feel free to choose. Choose your own message. Very informative. Glad you enjoyed it. Remember, do your own research. Look through. Find out things. Correct me when I'm wrong, please. I'm wrong very often. Please correct me. I ramble too much. What goes faking at raid? What the fuck? Faking what? Huh?
further announcements? Oh, Jesus Christ.